Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled and honored to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IA Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs. Let's welcome him with the biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for gracing this day by your presence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our other guest of honor and chief guest of this day are arriving shortly. So very humble request, if we can just settle down, just make yourself comfortable. As I can see, everybody is excited for this day and it makes sense, but it's very humble request that if you all can settle down, just take your seat, just sit back, relax, and be ready for the day. Once again, a grand welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India welcomes each one of you to National Port Security Conference 2026. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our guest of honor and our chief guest are arriving very shortly, a very humble and a kind request if we can just quickly settle down, take our respective seats, and make sure our mobile phones are in silent mode. Once again, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here with us, especially in this rainy time. Thank you. I think we all should clap for ourselves first. Can we just clap for ourselves, everybody, for being here on time? That is something really special for all of us. And I can see still, ladies and gentlemen, if we can just quickly settle down as we are about to proceed to welcome our chief guest and guest of honor very shortly. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our guest of honor, Sri Vijay Kumar, IA Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. Now, may I request you all kindly take your seat. And in any further moments, we can welcome our chief guest of the day. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome on behalf of Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, Government of India. I extend a very warm welcome to National Port Security Conference 2026. To our distinguished delegates, guest of honor, chief guest in a while, we are thrilled and honored to have you all today under one roof, and we're looking forward for a memorable, productive, and at the same time, a beautiful day to remember. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest of this day is arriving very shortly. May I request everybody kindly settle down. And once again, a grandiose welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, Government of India, extend a very warm welcome to National Port Security Conference 2026. As our Honorable Prime Minister Sir always says, that before starting any auspicious and a great day or a day which is dedicated to the nation, we should greet Namaste to each other. So Namaste everybody. Thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you so very much for beating the Delhi traffic and the rainy day and being here on time. I request you all, can you just clap for yourself? Sometimes we forget to appreciate ourselves. Can we just have a loudest round of applause for yourself, everybody? Thank you very much. Well, today's conference brings together our policymakers, maritime administrators, security professionals, defense agencies, port authorities here, industry experts, academia on a common platform to deliberate upon one of the most critical aspects of our maritime ecosystem, the security of our ports, ships, and maritime infrastructure. As India's maritime sector continues to expand through modern ports, increasing international trade, and enhanced coastal connectivity, the importance of maintaining a resilient, technology-driven, and globally complement security framework has never been greater. In this context, today's deliberations will provide an excellent opportunity to exchange experiences, knowledge, and discuss emerging security challenges, share best practices, and collectively identify the way forward for strengthening maritime security in the country. So in a nutshell, we all are here to learn, to evolve, to collaborate, and to do something greater for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, very shortly, we are going to proceed for this day as we are waiting for our honorable chief guest for this day. But I sincerely want to say a big thank you to each one of you for making this day a very special day for all of us. Till then, I would request everybody to kindly settle down and make sure, once again, that our mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all kindly settle down as our chief guest of this day has arrived. Let's give a very warm welcome to him. Please, with loudest on applause, our chief guest of the day, Shri Sarbanda Sonowal ji. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन कि आपने अपने व्यस्त दिनचर्या से समय निकाला और आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं। जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए मिलकर स्वागत करते हैं। ऑनरेबल यूनियन कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट्स, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज। थैंक यू वेरी मच। प्लीज सर। Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all kindly settle down. Just take your seat. And a very good morning, namaste to each one of you present here. I extend a very warm welcome on behalf of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to National Port Security Conference 2026. Today's conference brings together the policymakers, maritime administrators, security professionals, defense agencies, port authorities, industry experts, academia on common platform to deliberate upon one of the most critical aspects of our maritime ecosystem, the security of our ports, ships, maritime infrastructure. As India's maritime sector continues to expand through modern ports, increasing international trade and enhanced coastal connectivity, the importance of maintaining a resilient, technological-driven and globally compliant security framework has never been this greater. In this context, today's deliberations will provide an excellent opportunity to exchange experiences, knowledge, discuss emerging security challenges, share best practices, and collectively identify the way forward for strengthening maritime security in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I request everybody give a loudest round of applause to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Sarbanda Sonowal, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Also, let's give a warm welcome to our guest of honors, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us. And also Shri Vijay Kumar, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. So ladies and gentlemen, as we always say, the nation should come first. So let's start this day with national song. May I request everybody to kindly stand and let's start this day on a very patriotic note. Vande everybody. धन्यवाद आप सभी का. So in India we say before proceeding for any beautiful and wonderful moments, we should always say thank you to the supreme power and we should do it with lighting of lamp. So दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ आज की इस दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं and let's start
to welcome our dignitaries for the lighting of flame. May I request our chief guest of this day, sir, please proceed. Shri Sarvanda Sonowalji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Dr. Rajendra Kumarji, IAS, Shri Vijay Kumarji, Shri Shyam Ji, Shri Sushil Ji, and Captain Abdul Kalam Ji.
शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते या देवी सर्वभूतेषु विष्णुमायेति शब्दिता नमस्तस्यै.
We all can join in by just putting our hands together to this divine moment, ladies and gentlemen.
या देवी सर्वभूतेषु चेतनेत्यभिधीयते नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. या देवी सर्वभूतेषु बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः.
Thank you so much, our distinguished delegates, chief guests and guest of honors. So now, as gesture of warm welcome and sincere appreciation and the tradition of India, we welcome with token of gratitude and of course with the flowers. So may I request Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Maritime Administration, to kindly welcome our chief guest. And we want to say once again a big thank you to him. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ आज के हमारे चीफ गेस्ट का स्वागत करना चाहिए. श्री एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Let's welcome Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. हम आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करते हैं और दिल से आपको धन्यवाद करते हैं कि आपने अपने व्यस्त दिनचर्या से समय निकाला और आज यहाँ पर आपकी उपस्थिति आज के दिन को और भी ज़्यादा शुभ और सक्सेसफुल बनाती है. नाउ मे आई रिक्वेस्ट वंस अगेन श्याम सर, प्लीज़ लेट्स वेलकम श्री विजय कुमार जी, our IAS Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. We want to say a big thank you to you sir as well. आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है. And in order to say thank you to you, this token of gratitude for you. Thank you very much. Now, may I request Shri Sushil Mansingh Kopreji, IPS, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration, to kindly welcome Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs. Join me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say a big thank you to you as well, sir. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. तालियों की गूंज के साथ हमारे अतिथिगण का जरूर स्वागत करें. Now, may I request Captain A.K. Azad, Nautical Advisor cum Additional Director General, Nautical Directorate General of Maritime Administration, to kindly welcome Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Maritime Administration, with the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, once again, I will request Captain A.K. Azad ji, so please help us to welcome Shri Sushil Mansingh Kopreji, IPS Additional Director General of Maritime Administration. We are here to say a big thank you to you as well, sir, and we are truly grateful to have you here with us. It's a very humble request if we can just welcome them with the loudest round of applause. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, to formally commence today's conference, it's my privilege to invite Captain Abdul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor cum Additional Director General, Directorate General of Maritime Administration, to deliver the welcome address and the conference overview. Please join me to welcome him on the dais.
Namaskar. Good morning to all. Our most respected Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarbananda Sonowalji, respected Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS, Secretary Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, respected Sri Vijay Kumar, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, respected and our beloved Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Maritime Administration and the first Director General of Bureau of Port Security, respected Sri Sushil Mansingh Kopte, IPS, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration, and senior officials from Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Ministry of Home Affairs, from Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, and the officials from major ports, all the state maritime boards, and Andaman and Nicobar Lakshadweep Administration, Indian Register of Shipping, CASF, and the industry stakeholders like Indian National Shipowner Association, Indian Coastal Conference Shipowner Association, and the representatives from the various shipping companies, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again, and a very warm welcome to all of you for the second edition of National Port Security Conference. You are aware, last year in the month of April, we had the first National Port Security Conference to standardize the security arrangements across all the ports. In continuation, we are having this conference during this year. As per the directions of Honorable our Union Home Minister and our Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, we have 5 major agendas for this conference. To implement ISPS in all the ports, all the port facility security plans to be reviewed, audited, and implemented. Third, security standards in the ports to be improved and access control measures to be strengthened. Fourth, the port facility security officers and private security personnel in ports to be trained. And the last important agenda, the use of technology, AI and other technology to improve security and to facilitate ease of doing business. So these are the 5 major agenda points. Accordingly, we have a detailed program for the whole day for this conference. We all know that India has 11,098 kilometer long coastline with the 251 notified ports. Our ports are the gateway to the India's trade, economy and prosperity. Every container that moves, every ship that docks, every seafarer arrives in a port, and every person involved in the port operation are vital to how safe and secure our operations are. This conference is not just to discuss the regulations, it is about the people and the systems on the ground. There are the security teams, port authorities, intelligence agencies, and technology partners who keep our ports running safely 24/7. Subsequent to the last conference, within the last 1 year, I must highlight the lot of key tasks have been completed under the able and dynamic leadership of our Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways and our Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. The ISPS code is fully implemented in all the 74 EXIM ports in India. This implementation ensures compliance with international regulation, and international ships call our ports with safety and security. The non-compliance with the ISPS will lead to vessels avoiding the port calls. In that respect, it's one of the key achievements that all the 74 EXIM ports are certified and audited and implemented with the help of our National Classification Society, Indian Register of Shipping, and the port authorities. Additionally, the ISPS code implies it is the International Ships and Port Facility Security Code. However, due to the security situation and the risks involved in our long coastline, as per the guidance of Union Home Ministry, this has been extended to all the port facilities. As per the directions of Honorable Union Home Minister, the first phase, all the 42 coastal cargo and passenger berths have been taken for implementation of ISPS. I must say that during this last 1 year, more than 18 ports have already completed the security assessment and preparing the plan with the full support of the state government, sir. And the 58 fishing harbors are being attended by the state maritime boards and the fisheries department. And for the remaining 77 ports, the suitable security measures will be decided by the BOPS in the coming months. Within 3 months of notification of Merchant Shipping Act 2025, Bureau of Port Security has been constituted with the DGMA as BOPS till further orders. The new rules for ships and port facility security and BOPS already framed, and it is about to complete the legal vetting, which will be notified maybe during this month. In addition to Indian Register of Shipping, CASF Technical Consultancy Wing has been authorized to perform the recognized security organization role for the ports. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration already created and approved the training modules for private security personnel, and the CASF is conducting the training in all the major ports. Recently, we have issued the guidance for cyber security standards for implementation in all ports in view of increase in use of information technology in port sector. So with this, I would like to just highlight only one point. ISPS is a generic framework. It gives flexibility to the ports and the government to apply based on the risk assessment, based on the situation on the ground. It doesn't prescribe how much security personnel should have. It tells the port to decide based on the assessment. It applies to the mega ports and major ports also, having several ships at any instant, and also it applies to a small captive jetty which handles maybe only one ship in a month. So our recognized security organization takes care of the needs of the port and prepares a plan which are workable and which can be implemented. So with this conference will deliberate what are the emerging security challenges, how it can be addressed by use of technology, at the same time to ensure ease of doing business. The bottom line is we cannot afford to delay even a single minute the port operation. So that is the reason we have ordered the review of the security assessment plans of all the port which are currently being undertaken. The outcome will be deliberated during the day, and the state governments are encouraged to share their viewpoints and their learnings, and the best practices from one ports can be implemented across all the ports. With this, I would like to once again sincerely welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Union Cabinet Minister, for sparing your valuable time for attending this conference and to motivate all of us. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for a warm welcome and Jai Hind to you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome on dais Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopreji, IPS Additional Director, General of Maritime Administration, for a very special opening remarks. Can we welcome him with the loudest round of applause? आइए मिलकर स्वागत करते हैं. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, respected Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Secretary Border Management, MHA, respected Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, respected Director General Maritime Administration and Director General BOPS, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, distinguished officers of the various ministries and agencies, especially security agencies from Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, CISF, Strait Maritime Boards, port authorities, the industry leaders, and the esteemed delegates. It's my privilege to welcome all of you for the National Port Security Conference 2026, a conference that brings together stakeholders from across the maritime security ecosystems for securing its ports and protecting its people. Today, as you know, as it was iterated also, that all the EXIM port facilities, they are ISPS compliant under the guidance of our own Honorable Minister and the Secretary, sir. Yet, the maritime security is an evolving challenge. As the traditional challenges we have seen in the past during Bombay blast in 1993 or the attack in Bombay, especially on Taj, if you remember, it was in 2008. Both the attacks were planned through the sea. So sea line, with the changing times, we need to adapt with emerging technologies to strengthen the security. So this was the basic thought behind this conference, so that all the agencies which are concerned for the security, which are related to security, especially of the coastline, should come together, work together to achieve the goal of security of the coastline. The Bureau of Port Security, BOPS, that's why assumes great significance, which came into force after the enactment of the Merchant Shipping Act 25. This has been conceived as a dedicated institutional framework to strengthen port facility security, enhance coordination among the various agencies, having compliance oversight, and build a resilient maritime security architecture. The proposed framework envisages stronger regulation of port facility security, review of security plans, security audits, capacity building, and dissemination of security information amongst the stakeholders. As we are here today with representatives from Ministry of Home Affairs, the Indian Navy, Coast Guard, CISF, state maritime boards, port authorities, and the maritime industry, one thing is evident, that maritime security is a shared responsibility. No single agency or organization can address these challenges alone. Mostly the organizations, they work in silos. So BOPS is envisaged to have one coordinating body amongst all such agencies and to achieve our goal. This conference provides an important platform for bringing all the stakeholders together, exchanging experiences and strengthening our preparedness for the future. If these agencies come together, they'll definitely instill the sense of security among seafarers, amongst the port workers, shipping companies, investors, and most importantly, the confidence in citizens of India. And to achieve this goal, this National Port Security Conference, which provides the important opportunity for all our stakeholders to work together towards achieving this goal. With continued cooperation, coordination, and commitment, which will further strengthen the security network, and we will be able to achieve safe, secure, and efficient maritime sector. I wish the conference the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful opening remarks and inspiring words. Now let's quickly proceed towards the opening address, and in order to commence this, may I request Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Maritime Administration, to kindly come on the dais and say a few words. And ladies and gentlemen, if we can welcome him with the loudest round of applause. Yes, thank you.
Namaskar. Shri Sarbananda Sonowal sir, Honorable Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Vijay Kumar ji, respected Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Dr. Rajendra Kumar sir, respected Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, respected Additional DG sir, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, officials from the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, CISF, State Maritime Boards, Port Authority representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As I stand before you, incumbent as the first Director General, Bureau of Port Security, Government of India, it is indeed a privilege to address you in the presence of the Honorable Minister in the National Port Security Conference 2026. The singular objective of this conference is to distill, after deliberation, a singular approach to strengthen India's port security architecture, counter emerging risks, and ensure institutional reforms for a more responsive maritime administration. Ports are engines of prosperity. They are our nation's economic lifeline. 95% by volume, 70% by value is what it contributes to our great nation's economy. The government's priorities are laid out in the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amritkal Vision inspired by our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, where 3.5 lakh crores of investment is anticipated in the MIV 2030, and close to 80 lakh crores of investment in the maritime infrastructure is anticipated in the Maritime Amritkal vision. The Sagarmala program has more than 840 projects with almost an outlay of 5.8 lakh crores. This is specifically for port infrastructure. The essence, ladies and gentlemen, is that ports are economic strategic assets and they need to be protected, preserved, and promoted. India's 11,000 kilometers of coastline, 12 major ports, 217 non-major ports, fish landing centers, fishing harbors, inland waterway jetties. These are the port security paradigm. And it is not a single template, but a bespoke solution which addresses conventional security risks like smuggling, stowaways, unauthorized access, while also looking at cyber intrusion and handling sensitive cargo and myriad other security challenges. We are also working towards notification of mega ports under Section 73 of the Indian Ports Act, where ports handling 150 million metric tons per annum of cargo throughput in bulk and 7.5 million TEU as container cargo throughput would be designated mega ports. Under the Merchant Shipping Act, Section 13 institutionalizes a statutory authority, the Bureau of Port Security, which is the regulatory and compliance oversight function for the security of vessels and port security. CISF has been alongside the India Register of Shipping notified as a recognized security organization. The statutory responsibilities for an RSO include security assessment, preparation of the port security plan, audits across major and non-major ports, and looking at the PFSA, that is the Port Facility Security Audit, including private security agencies, their deployment. State governments and maritime boards are a critical link because they will bridge the gap between policy and on-ground implementation of port security. The present geopolitical situation is extremely challenging. You're all aware, the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, the Gulf of Oman, Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, the Gulf of Aden. In the previous 2 to 3 months, we have seen 36 security-related incidents. India, unfortunately, has witnessed 9 fatalities in the Middle East, 1 presumed dead, 10 seriously injured. In the Black Sea, as an outcome of the Russia-Ukraine conflict since 2023, we have recorded 21 major security incidents, 5 fatalities, 2 injuries, and 2 seafarers still missing. Drone and missile attacks at defenseless merchant tanker vessels is rampant in areas such as Novorossiysk, Tuapse, and the approach to the Odessa port. Piracy off the coast of Somalia is reappearing. The Houthi security concern, which had more than 154 incidents in 2024, has resurfaced. The impact is colossal in terms of logistics cost. Suez transits are down by 60%. Red Sea traffic is down by 54%. Bab el-Mandeb transits are down by 62%. The cost, when you go around the Cape of Good Hope, it adds anywhere from 25 to 30 days on a conventional trip, which is the Asia-Europe grid. It also adds 10,000 to 13,500 nautical miles 40-45% escalation in the freight charges, apart from the time delays and the staggering. This is the time when we witnessed in the Middle East conflict attack on the Ras Laffan LNG facility in Qatar. This hit close to 80% of our LNG supplies, impacting our energy security and coercing us to look at alternate sources of energy. Since February end, the Directorate General of Maritime Administration has been in an extremely high state of alert. We have consistently stood by for casualty and crisis response, repatriation of seafarers, coordinating rescue operations, vessel movements, issuance of advisories, incorporating the Best Management Practices 5 for piracy response, validation of citadel preparations, coordinating between multiple security agencies, responding through the LRIT DGCOM, coordinating with the UK MTO, IFC IOR, and I am extremely thankful to the leadership of the Honorable Union Minister, who has repetitively convened review meetings with the officials from the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of External Affairs, to ensure that each one of our seafarers is tracked and the administration is accountable to ensure their safekeeping, security, and repatriation at the earliest. Cyber security is a critical aspect, and even in the IMO, the 50th FAL meeting committee has recommended a maritime cyber security code by 2028. I am flagging this for all the ports to incorporate cyber security resilience, since the maritime single window under the dynamic leadership of our Secretary Sir has now reached 65% in terms of data entry and 85% in terms of vessel call notifications. Transactions of 2,400 vessel calls, 1.4 million transactions, and 12 million rupees on a monthly basis on payment on the maritime single window in India, perhaps the highest in any maritime administration, is happening. This also exposes us, as we go ahead deepening the maritime single window, looking at the integration of the vessel traffic management system, the just-in-time, to cyber risks. The Honorable Union Home Minister, Sir, during the review had directed 5 key action points. The first was ensuring 100% ISPS compliance, which we are dedicating to the nation, all 74 EXIM ports being ISPS compliant. I, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, Sir, before I do close, want to list out 12 action agendas emanating from the directions of the Union Home Minister, Sir, on the 5 key actionable points. The first is to fine-tune the security template developed by CISF. The second is to incorporate the geospatial platform for ISPS and for NSPC certification. The third is to work together to establish a national center of excellence in training for port security and for standardizing certification and capacity building in security deployments at ports. The third is to standardize protocols for cyber intelligence sharing among all security agencies. The fifth is institutional partnership between security agencies and CISF as an RSO, customs, port authorities, and coastal states through regular similar workshops and also specific coastal workshops at the state level. A national security action plan is mooted to be finalized under the offices of the National Maritime Security Advisor, and embedding the health, safety, security, and environment connect as a given mandate and compliance framework for the security template that will be used. the Directorate General of Maritime Administration is working on the India Maritime Compliance Code, which will be a progressive audit-based engagement for compliances. Cyber security plans and certifications has to be inbuilt with a national command control center. Hybrid security models, as mooted by CISF, although may have a cost factor, will provide unobtrusive security elements alongside the physical mandate of security at the ports. We're also looking at sustainability to be embedded in the security framework, since ports have to work at a net zero emission for scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions at the port. State-specific maritime security plans have to be finalized in consultation with the state government. And lastly, ease of doing business for the international shipping corridors and for port cargo handling has to be balanced intricately with fail-proof security. I am immensely grateful to the leadership of the Honorable Minister Sir, respected Secretary Sir, and for the guidance and advice from the respected Secretary, Border Management Sir. I look forward to all your partnership to get together a national security framework and to ensure our ports are safe, secure, and contribute as much as possible with the latest technology and secure operations to the nation's economic growth. Thank you for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Well, thank you so much, sir, and Jai Hind to you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and valuable words. Now let's proceed for the address by our guest of honors. Let's start with the biggest round of applause. Let's welcome on stage our guest of honor, Shri Vijay Kumar Ji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. And I request you all, can we welcome him on the dais with the biggest round of applause? आइए मिलकर स्वागत करते हैं श्री विजय कुमार जी का.
Honorable Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, our honorable guests, Dr. Rajendra Kumar ji, Secretary Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Director General of Maritime Administration, other senior colleagues on the dais, senior officers from the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, CISF, distinguished representatives of state maritime boards, port authorities, members of the maritime industry, port facility security officers, terminal operators, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a privilege to be present here today at the National Port Security Conference 2026. This conference provides an important platform for policymakers, maritime administrators, security agencies, industry leaders, and domain experts to exchange ideas and strengthen our collective approach towards port security. I appreciate the efforts of the DGMA in bringing together such a distinguished gathering. Friends, India's maritime sector is undergoing a period of unprecedented transformation under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Union Minister. The domain today extends far beyond ports and shipping. It's a strategic driver of economic growth, international trade, logistics efficiency, energy security, and national resilience. Recognizing this changing landscape, the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways has adopted a comprehensive reform-oriented approach under Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. These vision documents, they provide a long-term roadmap for developing world-class port infrastructure, strengthening multimodal connectivity, promoting sustainability, accelerating digital transformation, enhancing maritime skills, and creating globally competitive maritime institutions. Over the last decade, our ports have witnessed significant improvements in operational efficiency. The KPIs of some of our ports, they actually compare with the world's best today. In terms of capacity enhancement, the ports have increased their capacity by almost 80%. And the goal is by 2047, the capacity becomes 4 times. We are heavily mechanizing. We are working under a landlord port model. In fact, the goal is that by 2030, 85% of cargo moves through PPP mode, and this increases to 95% by 2047. All these developments, they have strengthened our ecosystem and made our ports competitive. One of the most significant developments in this journey has been the enactment of the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. This new law, it provides a comprehensive legal framework for maritime administration in the country. It modernizes regulatory provisions, aligns domestic laws with international obligations, and creates a strong institutional foundation for the future development of the maritime sector. An equally significant reform has been the establishment of the Directorate General of Maritime Administration under the Act. This transition from the DG Shipping to the DGMA, it represents much more than a change in nomenclature. It reflects our vision of creating an integrated, future-ready maritime administration with strengthened regulatory oversight, enhanced coordination, and greater alignment with global best practices. The Ministry accords highest priority to strengthening our port security architecture through a combination of regulatory reforms, capacity building, technological adaptation, and close coordination amongst all stakeholders. The objective is not merely to have a compliance with security standards, but to build a resilient security ecosystem capable of anticipating, preventing, and responding to emerging threats. So today's conference, I will just recall the directions given by Honorable Union Home Minister and our Honorable Minister for 5 actionable points for today's conference. First is achieve 100% ISPS compliance across all eligible ports. Second, strengthen periodic review and compliance monitoring of port facility security plans. Third, upgrade security infrastructure, surveillance systems, and access control measures. 4, enhance training capacity, regular security drills for ports, facility security officers, and security personnel. 5, strengthen security mechanism through the adoption of advanced technologies and digital platform-based solutions. I hope that in today's conference, the stakeholders will be able to deliberate on all these action points and come up with a roadmap to implement them. In addition to this, I would like to also highlight another important aspect. Security is not only physical. The ports also contribute to our economic security as a nation, to our energy security as a nation. And as you all know, being the stakeholders, shipping is a global industry. So while we focus on security, which is non-negotiable, no compromises there, we have to ensure that our ports remain globally competitive. Unlike many other sectors, the shipping lines, they have alternatives. If they find our ports not competitive, if our KPIs are not matching with the world's best, if our tariffs are high, they will shift. We are competing with Colombo, we are competing with Singapore for some of the mainline traffic. So always ask this question. I will actually request DGMA, while deliberating on the security architecture, how to ensure that it does not impinge on the competitiveness of our ports in terms of the freight rates that they charge, in terms of their KPIs. I'm saying this because while reviewing some of the ports, we found that actually on ground, the number of security personnel exceeds the number of port employees in some of the ports. So while we are trying to have a lean employee base in the ports, the number of security personnel also has to be looked at. Security does not always mean increasing the number of boots on ground. So while preparing your plans, carrying out your assessment, kindly see if the same objective of security can be achieved through greater use of technology. Or as MHS also advised us, can we actually adopt a hybrid model where the core functions are dealt by expensive security forces, non-core functions are outsourced to trained private security personnel. That's one important element, because any cost that the ports incur on the security ultimately reflects in the tariffs. So that's extremely important. Second is, our KPI should not get adversely impacted by the security architecture that we create. For example, JNPA port handles 20,000 containers a day. A delay of few minutes in handling of containers can actually create severe congestion at the port. So, while drawing our plans, carrying out our assessments, we must ensure security remains non-negotiable, but our costs, our KPIs don't get adversely impacted, and we use technology to the maximum extent possible. With this, I would conclude and place on record my sincere appreciation for the unwavering commitment and professionalism of the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, CISF, our port authorities, state maritime boards, port facility security officers, terminal operators, and all the security personnel who work round the clock to safeguard India's maritime infrastructure. I extend my best wishes for the deliberations during today's conference. I am sure that the workshop today, conference today, will yield very tangible outcomes to improve the security in our ports across the country. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an wonderful session. Thank you so much for your warm words, inspiring thoughts. Now let's quickly welcome and IAS Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Please, everybody, put your hands together. IAS Secretary, Border Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, and we are truly honored to have him here with us. So please do join us on dais.
Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Secretary, Shipping, Ports and Waterways, DGMA, additional DGMA on the dais, all the distinguished invitees from various organizations, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, CISF, State Maritime Boards, all the other invitees here, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be present here in this conference today. This is of vital importance because, as we all know, maritime trade already is extremely important in India's economy. And as you heard from the previous speakers, under the Viksit Bharat vision, the overall importance of maritime trade is going to be even greater. If we see our GDP is expected to grow several times by 2047, can anyone tell what is the target for our GDP by 2047? Anyone? Any guesses? Pardon? 20? 30, okay. So that's the correct figure. So 30 trillion is the GDP that we have as target for 2047. And what is your current GDP? That should be known? 4.8, okay, it's 4.15 as per the latest data from the IMF. So if you just take a simple ratio, it is supposed to grow more than 7 times over the next 21 years. And what is the target for total volume of maritime trade by 2047? They should be known to the audience here. 10, I think you are not supposed to answer. Okay, anyway, so the target is 10 billion metric tons by 2047. And what is the current volume? Pardon? 1.6. I think the capacity, yeah, but capacity would be about 2.6, 2.7. So as was mentioned earlier, our total volume of maritime trade is expected to go up 4 times, 4x in the next 20-21 years. Now that brings a whole set of issues that need to be addressed, apart from the issues of infrastructure which Secretary Shipping addressed comprehensively. We also need to look at security of this entire endeavor that we are going to put in place over the next 20 years. And as a part of the Ministry of Home Affairs, we have worked very closely with Ministry of Shipping, all the other stakeholders, to really understand these security challenges and how we can address them. If you see the security scenario today and how it is evolving, that gives you some pointers as to what we should be doing. So if you see the threat envelope, now you must have seen in the recent developments, now low-cost warfare can be really mounted by inimical forces. You have UAVs, you have drones which can pose threat to our maritime infrastructure, to the ports, etc. You have cyber security threats, which is coming in a major way. And recently you might have really read that the latest AI models, they can autonomously pose major cyber security threats to the digital and cyber infra anywhere in the world. So we need to be aware of these threats that are emerging, which will become more powerful as we progress, as time passes. We also have the threat of illicit trade in narcotics, for example, illegal trade in other items, which can happen through the maritime route. So if you really understand this threat scenario, which is rapidly evolving with time, and as technology further enhances, further gets improved, they are going to pose more and more significant challenges to our maritime environment. So how do we respond to these emerging scenarios? So in Department of Border Management, we have for the last many years, we have been implementing some very specific initiatives. We have worked with the states, with other stakeholders to really address these threats, which can really jeopardize our entire maritime trade and threaten the economy as well. So for the last more than 2 decades now, we have been working with the states, improving their capacity through our coastal security scheme. Phase 1, Phase 2 have been implemented. Phase 3 is now under formulation. Hopefully in the next few months that will be approved. That would give a major boost to the states, to the coastal states' capacities to really improve the coastal security infrastructure, have assets, marine assets, which can enable them to do patrolling in the coastal waters, improve the coastal police capabilities through training, etc. So that's one major scheme that we implement with the coastal states and UTs to ensure that the emerging security threats to the maritime infrastructure, maritime activities can be addressed. Second is we work with the Department of Fisheries to really secure the infra that is used along our coastline for fishing, which includes fishing harbor, fishermen, etc., etc. So we have worked with them to really ensure that all the fishing boats, they are fitted with transponders, which can be used for helping them in times of distress, tracking them where they're going, also ensuring that no unknown equipment, boats, etc. operate in our waters. As you heard earlier, the Mumbai incident of 2008, that really was an eye-opener for the entire ecosystem. And we really need to address those challenges in a holistic way, given our very long coastline and the need to protect this entire coastline. The third major initiative that we have taken, which we have put in operation just a few months before end of last year, this is called Tat Kavach, which is a coastal digital mapping platform which allows the coastal police, the Coast Guard, etc., to really undertake the patrolling activities and record it in real time on this digital platform. So at present, all the patrolling activities that are happening in the coastal areas, we are able to see on this platform in real time. All the coastal assets have been mapped, including the highly sensitive ones, which are visible to our authorized stakeholders who have been given access to this platform in real time. So that's a major development. And once our CSS3 gets operational, this platform will be enhanced even further to ensure that our coastline is made as secure as possible. There is an app which the coastal police personnel can download on their mobile phones, Coast Guard personnel can download, and that app helps in tracking the real-time patrolling activities going on in these areas. We also are working with the Ministry of Ports, with MEA, etc., on some legal enhancements in our legal framework. So, for example, we have worked with MEA to really implement the Maritime Anti-Piracy Act 2022. We have issued 2 notifications empowering the sessions courts to really deal with those cases of piracy, etc., which is a major enhancement. And as was mentioned earlier by the speakers, we have also worked very closely with the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to really bring the BOPS framework into existence. And as we work on this even more and this becomes institutionalized, this is going to really strengthen our capacity to ensure that our ports are made as safe and secure as possible. There is also need to infuse technology in the entire framework of our coastal security architecture, including in port securities, which will really help us in enhancing surveillance, getting data which can be used in real time to respond or to mount any counters, etc. And this will also help in optimizing the need for manpower, need for infrastructure at the ports to ensure that our overall objective of economic development and using maritime trade for improving or growing our GDP, that is not really lost sight of. We also need to ensure that our coastal surveillance network, which already is in operation with our organizations from the Defense Ministry, ICG, Indian Coast Guard is leading that initiative. That is enhanced further. Right now we have a network of radars along the coastline which track the activities in the maritime domain on a real-time basis. We get information here in real time, and we can really understand as to how this information can be used for mounting any response, etc. In future, this needs to be enhanced through infusion of AI to really glean data, to analyze, to parse data in real time and get meaningful intelligence which can be acted upon. In terms of countering or preventing any illegal trade, etc., there is also need at these ports to install a scanning equipment which can scan the containers, etc., in quick time and give us information which can really be used to prevent or to really stop these illegal activities. In this domain also, there is a need to infuse the modern technology, especially AI, because image analysis using AI now has become much more powerful than what it was just a few years before. And these capabilities are growing. So today, in fact, if you train your AI algorithms properly, through these scanning images, you can identify objects of interest and even minute objects, for example, arms, etc., they can be identified. And this can really help in preventing any illegal trade that might be attempted by our inimical forces through our ports, etc. So there are a whole range of issues that need to be really addressed because of rapidly evolving threat scenario, threat envelope on our maritime infrastructure, especially our ports, etc., which need to be really addressed in a holistic way through a very dynamic approach towards security. And hopefully with the efforts that we are putting in place with full involvement of all the stakeholders, we are working very closely with the Shipping Ministry to ensure that the BOPS fulfills its objectives in the time to come. It's just the beginning of this organization. This will get stabilized quickly, and after that we should really see very good outcomes on the ground in addressing these security challenges. I am sure this conference that is being held today will come up with some specific actionable points or recommendations as to how the maritime trade can be improved further, how the security situation at these installations, at these points can really be addressed holistically, and how we should really be able to address the emerging threats, especially because of the threats posed by inimical forces through use of AI, etc., in ensuring that we really are able to keep our ports as safe and secure. I wish all the very best to the deliberations during the day and for really helping the entire ecosystem, all the partners in the ecosystem, to understand the threats and challenges and to be able to counter them effectively. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for your warm words. and very inspiring thoughts. Now please join me to welcome, आइए जोरदार तालियों के साथ let's welcome our chief guest of this day. Please जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. आप सभी से आग्रह करना चाहूँगी श्री सर्बानंदा सोनोवाल जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज. सर आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है और धन्यवाद है. प्लीज़ एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए श्रीमान के लिए. थैंक यू.
नमस्कार. नेशनल पोर्ट सिक्योरिटी कॉन्फ्रेंस 2026 इस बैठक के लिए आप सबको बुलाया गया है. मैं हृदय से आप सबको स्वागत करता हूं. आज के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हमारे पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज की सचिव विजय कुमार जी, बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स की सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर राजेंद्र कुमार जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल मैरीटाइम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन श्याम जगन्नाथन जी, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल मैरीटाइम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सुशील मानसिंह खोपे जी, हमारे यहाँ उपस्थित इंडियन नेवी, इंडियन कोस्ट गार्ड, CISF, DGMA की सभी अधिकारीगण और हमारे कोस्टल स्टेट और यूनियन टेरिटरी से आई हुई स्टेट मैरीटाइम बोर्ड, पोर्ट अथॉरिटीज़ की अधिकारीगण, मैरीटाइम फेटर्निटी से जुड़े हुए हमारे अनुभवी प्रतिनिधिगण और भाई और बहनों, दिस पर्टिकुलर इवेंट इज मेन फॉर नेशनल सिक्योरिटी. आप सबको मालूम है, हम सबको मालूम है, देश की सुरक्षा सर्वोपरि है. तो इसलिए हम इसी उद्देश्य से आज ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस सफल करने जा रहा है और इस पर हमें देश की नागरिक होने के नाते गर्व महसूस करते हैं, क्योंकि देश की सुरक्षा, देश की जनता की सुरक्षा, स्वाभिमान की सुरक्षा, मर्यादा की सुरक्षा, ये हमारे सबकी एक राष्ट्रीय कर्तव्य है. इस कर्तव्य को निष्ठापूर्वक निभाने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं. तो आज जिस संस्था को आकार देने के लिए आप लोगों को बुलाया गया है, आपकी सुझाव, आपकी बोल, आपकी चिंता सभी आज इस बैठक में उभर के आएंगे और उसी के आधारित अगले दिनों पर हम ऐसा एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव नेशनल ब्यूरो ऑफ नेशनल पोर्ट सिक्योरिटी गठन करेंगे, जिससे हम जनता की अपेक्षा के मुताबिक हम अपने कर्तव्य को निष्ठापूर्वक निभा पाए. आप सबको मालूम है, परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 12 साल में हम जो तरक्की की है हर क्षेत्र में, आज दुनिया ने देखी है और सारे भारतीय की मन में जो आत्मविश्वास जाग उठा है, यही है परिवर्तन के लक्षण, यही है परिवर्तन की एक दृश्य. और इसलिए ऐसे एक बड़े अनुभव लेकर हम अगली 2047 तक भारत को जिस स्थान पर हम खड़ा करना चाहते हैं, तो इसके लिए हमारी हर मंत्रालय, हर विभाग, हर नागरिक एकत्रित होके एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत इसी भावना शक्ति से जोड़ना होगा. I have a small written submission. I want to go through it. It gives me great pleasure to join you at the National Port Security Conference 2026. I congratulate the Director General of Maritime Administration for bringing policymakers, security agencies, ports, industry, maritime experts together on one platform. This gathering itself sent an important message. The security of our port is a shared national responsibility. Friends, India has always been a maritime nation for centuries. Our seas have connected us with the world through trade, culture, and accents. Today, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India is once again emerging as a major global maritime power. Our ports are expanding, cargo volume are growing, logistic networks are becoming more integrated, and new maritime infrastructure is being created under Sagarmala, PM Gati Shakti, Maritime India Vision 2030, Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. But as our maritime footprint grows, our responsibility to secure it also grows. A modern port cannot be judged by only its capacity, efficiency, or turnaround time. It must also be judged by how safe, secure, and resilient it is. I strongly believe safe ports create strong trade. Strong trade creates a strong economy, and a strong economy builds a strong nation. That is why security must move at the same spirit as development. Friends, the security environment around us is changing rapidly. Physical security remains important, but port security today extends far beyond gates, fences, and surveillance. Cyber threat, drone, supply chain disruption, risks to digital network, information system, and critical infrastructure have added entirely new dimension to maritime security. Our response, therefore, cannot remain static. We need security system that can anticipate risks, adapt quickly, and respond in a coordinated manner. This is why the government is moving towards the principle of security by design. Security should not be added after a port, terminal, or digital system has been developed. It must be built into the planning, design, technology, operation of maritime infrastructure from the very beginning. And this brings me to an important institutional reforms, that is Merchant Shipping Act 2025, the provision of Bureau of Port Security. The proposed BOPS is ambitious to strengthen institutional capacity, improve regulatory oversight, and enhance coordination among all stakeholders responsible for port security. It can help ensure better preparedness and more effective implementation of security standard across our ports. This is particularly important because port security is never the responsibility of a single organization. The Navy, Coast Guard, CISF, port authorities, DGMA, Marine Police, Customs, intelligence agencies, state government, and the maritime industry all have important roles. Our security will be only as strong as our coordination. Friends, initiatives such as e-Samudra, maritime single window, and one nation, one port process are making our maritime ecosystem more integrated, transparent, and efficient. But greater digitization also means greater responsibility to protect our network, data, and critical system. Therefore, smart port must also be cyber-secure ports. As we adopt AI, automation, digital platform, cybersecurity, resilience must remain integral to every new system. Friends, Honorable Prime Minister, Modi ji's vision of Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, captures India's maritime philosophy beautifully. Growth and security are not competing objectives. They reinforce each other. I take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, CISF, DGMA, state maritime boards, port authorities, marine police, custom intelligence agencies, and all security personnel who work day and night to protect our ports, coastline, and maritime infrastructure. I also acknowledge our seafarers, shipping companies, logistic partners, and entire maritime industry. Security is a collective responsibility, and every stakeholder has a role in maintaining India's reputation as a safe and reliable maritime nation. I am confident that this conference will move beyond discussion and give us practical, actionable recommendation to strengthen India's port security framework and make the proposed Bureau of Port Security a robust, responsive, and future-ready institution. Let us work together for a safe maritime India, a strong maritime India, and a Viksit Bharat. With this, I want to conclude, but before conclusion, I'm happy to see the participation of all the coastal states and Union territories, because you have a very, very important role in that particular territory, wherever our port will be located and operational. You will have to take an important role to look after, because the other agency will definitely, they have the equal responsibility. But as these are the port located within your territory, so I believe if we deeply integrate it with a commitment, with a dedication, devotion, I think we could perform better than any part of the world. Don't you believe that? आवाज तो दीजिए ना। हम सब सिपाही हैं, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध है। अभी हम कोई मंत्री नहीं, सेक्रेटरी नहीं, we are all soldier of the nation. Don't you believe that? जब सिक्योरिटी का शब्द हम बोलते हैं, प्रोनाउंस करते हैं, तो ये भावना शक्ति जगना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि देश की सुरक्षा सर्वोपरि है और हम देश के लिए जी रहा हूं और देश के लिए जिएंगे, देश के लिए मरेंगे. That should be the commitment. Because under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, whatever exemplary success story he has created because of his vision, because of his power of leadership, and I believe because of his honesty, dedication, hard work, now we should also equally get inspired and motivated and take a vow that tomorrow, whatever consequences come, we are ready to protect our nation at the cost of our life. Thank you. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. जय हिंद. धन्यवाद आपके आशीर्वचन के लिए, धन्यवाद आपके इंस्पायरिंग वर्ड्स के लिए. थैंक यू वंस अगेन कि आपने अपने व्यस्त दिनचर्या से समय निकाला. एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए माननीय मंत्री जी के लिए. और बिफोर वी प्रोसीड एनी फर्दर, वी वांट टू give our chief guest of honors and all our delegates on stage kind of a memorable memento. And in order to present this, may I request, let's start with Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji. So please come forward and let's start with our chief guest himself, ladies and gentlemen. माननीय मंत्री जी का सम्मान करते हैं हम और जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. और एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए बिकॉज हम सभी को पता है कि कितना सम्मान है हमारे दिल में माननीय मंत्री जी के लिए और हम कितने ज़्यादा ग्रैटिट्यूड फील कर रहे हैं फॉर सर टू बीइंग हियर. और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी श्री श्याम जी से. धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद. एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए मंत्री जी के लिए एक बार फिर से. May I request all our delegates, guest of honors, I request all of you, can we just join us on stage once again? All our distinguished delegates, we have the mementos for all of you. So it's a very humble request, our guest of honor, our delegates, please do join us on stage once. All right, we will do it after the tea break. Please do enjoy the networking tea break, ladies and gentlemen. We can continue the networking there. And please do join us inside the hall in next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. As we are about to proceed with our technical sessions, may I request you all kindly take your seat. I hope you all enjoyed the tea break. In next 2 to 3 minutes, we're going to proceed with our technical sessions. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon as we are about to proceed with our first technical session. And once again, a very grand welcome to the second National Port Security Conference 2026. May I request everybody kindly settle down. All our dignitaries, policy makers, industry leaders, and our respected guest of honors, dignitaries, I request you all kindly settle down as we are about to proceed with the proceedings. Our first technical session, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good and a happy good afternoon. Once again, thank you very much for being here with us. Can we restart this day with a round of applause, little energy in the room, as all the policy makers, industry leaders, all our distinguished personalities from the ministries, and at the same time our guest of honors are here. Can we restart, ladies and gentlemen? Can we just put our hands together? Let's start once again a grand welcome to the second National Port Security Conference 2026 hosted by Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. And as I say this again and again, that before we proceed for any auspicious, productive day, we should greet namaste to each other. So hello and namaste everybody. As we are proceeding towards our first technical session, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this session is maritime security, one of the most emerging and the most awaited topics of this day. Emerging trends, threats, and India's preparedness. This session will provide valuable insights into the evolving maritime security landscape, emerging threats, and measures required to strengthen India's preparedness. In order to deliver this presentation, I am honored and very excited to welcome Captain Vikram Singh Manhas, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Nautical Advisor, cum Senior Deputy Director General, Directorate General of Maritime Administration. Can we welcome, ladies and gentlemen? As this room is filled with distinguished and extraordinary personalities like you, I'm expecting a little more energy. Can we re-welcome Captain Vikram Singh, ladies and gentlemen?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be here present in this esteemed gathering where we'll be discussing maritime security, emerging trends, threats, and India's response architecture to the current geopolitical situation. Let's say next. Okay. Okay, so today's session basically would comprise of understanding the maritime security, impact on trade and commerce, contemporary maritime security threats, emerging hotspots affecting the shipping, implications for India, and our preparedness and response. So when we talk about maritime security, it encompasses various aspects. So to start with, it is piracy, armed robbery, maritime terrorism, smuggling and trafficking, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and anything basically that affects the freedom of navigation in high seas. So these are the aspects which encompass maritime security. And when we talk about maritime security paradigm, so it refers to the measures and strategies implemented to protect our maritime interests, that is, vessels, ports, trade corridors, maritime infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So when we look at the threats, we can categorize it in two categories. One is the traditional threats, which are piracy, armed robbery, terrorism, smuggling, illegal migration, illegal fishing, etc. And however, now since last few years and in last few months especially, now the new trends which are coming are drone and missile attacks, cyber attacks, GPS spoofing, underwater infrastructure sabotage, and which is primarily due to regional geopolitical conflicts. So now we have to have our strategies to deal with such threats. So when we talk about India, we need to understand what impact would this have on India, especially the maritime trade. So basically 95% of India's trade by volume and 70% by value is transported by sea. And any disruption in this has far-reaching economical and social consequences. So basically they have a direct impact on the country's economy, so which has a cascading effect on the populace. So hence these are the most important things which we need to look at. So basically it comprises of supply chain disruption, higher freight and insurance cost, commodity and energy price volatility. So when we talk about supply chain disruption, generally this is due to an unexpected event that interrupts the normal flow of goods, materials or services through a set supply line. And it can delay the production, increase the cost and reduce the product availability. And these disruptions often results in shortage of shipping capacity, which coupled with sustained demand for cargo transportation leads to increase in freight. And basically this is based upon the demand and supply conditions. So that is the reason why supply chain constraints would eventually lead to higher freights. And further, these disruptions impede the smooth flow of commodities and energy products, creating supply shortages, causing mismatch between demand and supply, which coupled with increased freight and insurance costs lead to significant volatility in commodity and energy prices, thereby increasing the input costs and inflationary pressures on the economy. So hence these aspects need to be looked in detail and we have to have a strategy to counter these. So when we talk about trade, trade is very important for any country. So if you see the graph on the right hand side, I'm specifically looking at Persian Gulf. So everybody knows the importance of Strait of Hormuz. So if you see the first graph, it's for February 2026, that is before this conflict started. So you can see about say 75% or 80% was through, the trade was through Hormuz. But even at that time, about 20% or thereof was not through Hormuz. So what a lot of us or a lot of people are not aware when we look at things is that when we talk about Persian Gulf, the main countries like Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they all have trade routes or trade lines which bypass Hormuz. And this is even before the conflict began. So when we talk about Iran, they have a port in Gulf of Oman. I think it is Josak terminal. And then when we talk about Iraq, they have a pipeline through Syria to Turkey, Sihan, Kirkuk-Sihan pipeline, and they basically trade through that route. And Saudi has a east-west pipeline connected to Yambu, Red Sea, and UAE through Fujairah area, which is on the east of Hormuz. But once the conflict began, you can see how the increase of trade through these areas enhanced. In fact, now if you look through Hormuz is very less, and we'll in my subsequent graph we'll see why. And another thing that in light green is the STS operations. So this is off Oman, in Gulf of Oman, near Sohar. So now a lot of STS operation is happening to so that the trade can be continued. So my idea to show here is trade will find its way. So we have to be very cognizant of the facts, what are the opportunities available, and we have to be part of it so that we don't lose out. Okay, now let's look at the current hotspots. Okay, before that, so this graph in a single picture will tell you the important trade corridors across the globe. So when you look at India, so we have two important trade corridors on our west. One is through Hormuz and other is through Bab el-Mandeb. So Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb are two areas which are basically, you can say these are the areas where these are the squeeze points and or choke points. And so we have, unfortunately, at both these areas, they are directly affected by regional conflicts. So that is the reason why maritime security is very important for us. So the four areas are Strait of Hormuz, Black Sea, Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb, and the piracy which has kind of again surfaced again in Somalia area. So when we talk about Strait of Hormuz, it basically caters to 35% of seaborne crude oil trade. So 35% of crude oil traded by ships passes through that area. And when we talk about oil and gas, it is 25%, 1/5. And when you look at the fertilizers, especially urea, which is an important raw material for nitrogen-based fertilizers, it is about 35%. And sulfur, which is for phosphate-based fertilizer, it is 45%. So fertilizers and oil and gas, this is a very important trade corridor. And it is only about 33 kilometers wide at its narrowest point. And because of the geopolitical conflict, it has resulted in adversely impacting the navigational safety. So there are a number of reasons. One is getting caught in the crossfires. Another is the area, the Strait of Hormuz, from where the vessels used to pass, is currently mined. So there is an alternate route on the north and the south, which is being used by vessels currently. And of course, the higher freight and insurance, larger turnaround time, especially for container vessels, where the empty containers are not repositioned and it is actually causing shortage in India also. So some of our ports are experiencing empty container shortages. So one of the reasons is slower turnaround, and another is that our competing countries like China, South Korea, Taiwan, they are leveraging their trade advantage, and they are getting the empty containers moved to their areas. So the graph on the right hand side, you can see average number of ships which transited Hormuz was around 140, and now it has come down to maybe about 10 or less than 10. So you can see here, this is a fairly recent graph. So it is about, you can say this is for ships more than 100 meters. So you can say about less than 10 transits per day, when it was around 140 as an average. So this is the kind of disruption in marine traffic we have. Now looking at the incidents part, the graph on the right hand side shows where all the incidents have taken place, and when we talk about Indian flag vessels and foreign flag vessels with Indian crew, there has been total 36 incidents, which unfortunately involved 10 fatalities, actually 9 and 1 missing and 10 injured. One incident I would like to share, probably most of you would know, this is for this vessel Setebello, which was in Omanian waters, and it encountered a missile attack. It hit its engine room, resulting in fire in the engine room. It was a significant fire. There were 28 crew members on board, which included 24 crew members, and the incident resulted in demise of 3 Indian seafarers, and rest were rescued by the Omanian Navy. My apologies. We're coming to the next, which is Black Sea. So when we talked about Persian Gulf, the way it appears, it's all in the news, it might be cooling off a bit now going forward. How long it will be like that, nobody knows, but it might be cooling off. However, the Black Sea, which is again a very important trade area for India, there the things might not be cooling off any soon. So I just want to, and we'll try to understand why. But before that, let us try to understand why it is important. Again, this is a major export route for crude oil, grains, wheat, maize, sunflower oil, and fertilizers also. So now because of these disruptions, most of India's sunflower oil was coming from there. Now we are looking at sourcing from other regions like Argentina. And fertilizers also, because of what happened in Persian Gulf and now in Black Sea, we are looking at sourcing from Canada, Australia, Indonesia. So just to diversify these supply lines. So when you look at the incidents which have happened in Black Sea, and there are a lot of incidents which have happened, basically it's a war ongoing between Ukraine and Russia. So the incidents which have happened are primarily around Ukraine's southeast coast, which is Odessa, and there are a couple of ports south of Odessa, you can see on the map. Well, those ports are not marked here, and primarily Ukraine now has control over ports only in this area. There are other ports in Sea of Azov, which is Mariupol and Berdansk. They are now in Russian control. So Ukraine has control only on Odessa and some ports there, south of it. And you will be aware that there is a UN grain corridor which has been formed for safe passage of grain from Ukraine to Turkey, and then Dardanelles, Bosphorus and Dardanelles to the rest of the world. So now what Ukraine is doing is they attack in areas around Kerch Strait. You can see that small area, Kerch. So what they intend to do now is to block this strait. And if they are able to block this strait, what happens is there are other ports, Russian ports in Sea of Azov, Mariupol and Berdansk they are controlling, and even Rostov and other important Russian ports, Topse. They export a lot of oil, engineering items, fertilizers, coal. So rather than going after each port, so they are trying to strangle the Kerch Strait so that it has a significant impact on Russian economy. One is the Kerch Strait, and another is Novorossiysk. Novorossiysk is a crude oil terminal which has Russian oil, and also it brings in oil from Caspian Sea, from Kazakhstan, Tangi's field. So these are the two areas where Ukraine is eyeing, Novorossiysk and Kerch Strait area. And in response, Russia is aiming at Odessa so that they can basically try to block their grain transits. Primarily, that is what is happening from there. And another thing is, you must have heard in news that Ukraine had attacked Caspian Sea. So Sea of Azov is actually connected to Caspian Sea through Don Volga channel. So there is significant trade happening between Iran and Russia. There is some military equipment which is transported between Russia and Iran. So by attacking the Kerch Strait, they are also actually trying to strangulate the Caspian Sea. So this is the area which we have to be careful of, and we have to have strategies to counter that. So when we look at the incidents in Black Sea, there have been total 21 incidents which involved Indian flag vessels. There was no Indian flag vessel, but foreign flag vessels with Indian crew. And unfortunately, it resulted in 5 fatalities, and 2 are still missing, and 2 were injured. So the fatalities and the 2 missing seafarers are in Ukraine area. So basically, the response from Russia is more severe. So when they, in fact, one of the incident resulted in 10 casualties. So which is Golden Leo, we'll discuss that. And generally the Ukraine attacks by smaller drones, which disables the vessel and deters the ship owners to trade in that area. So that is their idea. So when I've taken out 3 incidents. One is in just south of Kerch, which is New Victory, Taman Port, Russia, which was attacked by a drone, and 2 Indians were on board. Vessel sustained damages, no injuries. Then Avero, MT Avero, which was underway for loading in Novorossiysk. Again a drone attack. 23 crew members, including 12 Indians, all safe, no injuries. Then Golden Leo, this was a bulk carrier loaded with grain coming out of Odessa. Pilot on board, attacked by Russian missiles. Significant damage. Resulted in death of 10 crew members, which included the Ukrainian pilot, 5 Syrians, 4 Indians. So this is about Black Sea. So now we come to Babel Mandap. So this is the small strait similar to Hormuz Strait. And let me go to the next slide first, just to show you where it is. So you can see this narrow passage between Red Sea and Gulf of Eden. So this is the Babel Mandap Straits. So this is also a very important trade corridor. Actually, it connects Asia with Europe, if you see, through Suez Canal. So if this is blocked, the trade comes to a halt, and then the rerouting takes place. We'll talk about that. So 12% global trade happens through these straits. So when you look at Strait of Hormuz and Bab el Mandab, almost 30 or 30 plus percentage of global trade, total trade, happens through this area. So very critical for economy of India and other countries like China, Korea, Japan, Taiwan. So what has happened was on 20th July, Houthis, backed by Iran, they declared embargo against Saudis. So their conflict with Saudis is years old now, but recently they, after the situation in Persian Gulf escalated, Iranians leveraged their say in this area by Houthis. So what happened was there was attack on two tankers, two Saudi flagged oil tankers. Luckily the attack was not severe, it was only small drones, but what it did was it deterred other ship owners, especially the non-tanker ones, to avoid that route. The tankers which are trading in Red Sea, they continue to trade, and they were using destinations other than Saudi so that they are not targeted. And so far it is quiet, and it seems that if we have some calm prevailing in Persian Gulf, so probably things may not escalate in Bab el Mandab as well. So this is another graph here. You can see the transit through the straits was about 86 and 90, and it is almost 30% of its average transit. So and you can see it's hovering around 35 or something. It is changing on daily basis, and we are monitoring closely. There has been Indian flag vessels which have transited with assistance of local authorities. Now piracy. So piracy also suddenly has picked up. We have 4 vessels which are held hostage by Somalian pirates, and unfortunately 3 of those vessels have Indian crew. One ship has only 1, another one has 5, and one has I think 11 Indian crew members. Basically, once the vessel is held by pirates, there is very less authorities or anyone else can do about it. Everything is dependent upon the negotiations with the pirates. And we are working, or we are trying our best to assist different stakeholders to ensure that negotiations take place, and we are able to get safe release of the Indian seafarers. But I would like to discuss one incident. This is Golden Arsenal. So when we talk about piracy, there are 2 aspects which every vessel has to be prepared with. One is preventive, which is through the best management practices, maritime security. The latest edition is June 2026. So the vessel, the master, they have to follow all the precautions therein so as to ensure no pirates board their vessels. But if the pirates do board, then they have to take the right action that the crew members are not held hostage. Because if they are held hostage, then externally we cannot do anything about it. So for that we have an area called Citadel, which is like a strong room, which has food and water and communication equipment. So in this case, this vessel on 1st of July was attacked by pirates, and the crew was vigilant. They saw the pirates boarding. So what master did, he stopped the vessel. He got all the crew members inside the citadel and locked themselves. Pirates came on board. They tried to take crew hostage, but they could not break through the citadel. And then the master informed Indian Navy that we are all safe, and so please come and help us. So Marine commandos boarded the vessel, and by the time, pirates are very much aware, if they don't take crew hostage, they know somebody will board and they'll be killed. So then they leave the vessel. So when the Indian commandos came, they were not there. Of course, they had fired at a lot of places on board. Bridge was damaged, but okay. The vessel, once the Navy came on board, there was one Indian on board, a cadet, only one Indian. And Navy came on board, they checked the vessel, sanitized it, and then they left. The vessel resumed its passage. So very important for everyone that this thing is followed. All the precautions in BMP, and Citadel is strong room, a strong where the pirates cannot break through. So now we'll come to the most important part, which is our response, what we are doing about it. So to start with, I'll just go briefly about India's role in maritime security. We have seen why it is important corridors, choke points on our west, which are in geopolitical conflict. And so we have a very prominent and a strategic role for our country, our economy of our country. And there are a number of agencies which work in a coordinated manner to ensure that our objectives are achieved. Indian Navy, IFC IOR, which is Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean Region, Indian Coast Guard, MEA, missions, various Indian missions, of course DGMA, DGCOM. So basically DGCOM is now 24/7 helpline. Anybody can write and inform, and then they will pass that information to the right person, whatever time of the day or night it is, so that somebody will look at it and start the coordination process with various agencies. So this is now quite institutionalized. It has been few years since this is happening. Now for specific response to this geopolitical situation. So basically, this directorate was looking at, or is looking at, three aspects. One is creating an ecosystem for Indian seafarers to operate safely in conflict zones. So this is a very important aspect. We want our safety of our seafarers is paramount, and we want to ensure that there is an ecosystem created where they can operate safely. Second is assistance to seafarers or next of kin, especially if there is an unfortunate incident where seafarer loses his life. So we want to provide all kind of assistance to the next of kin. And third is protection of Indian maritime stakeholders from global maritime insurance premium surge. We'll discuss that also. So when we talk about the ecosystem for Indian seafarers to operate safely in conflict zones, first is establishing controls, which means that we need to ensure that any vessel which has Indian seafarer on board, the vessel undertakes or operates in conflict area after due coordination with local authorities. So what it means is that the shipping company has done the risk assessment for operation. We are not saying don't operate. We are saying you please do, but coordinate. Ensure you have coordination with the local authorities, which would be case by case specific. and then the explicit consent of the seafarer. So it is very important that the seafarer who's operating in any conflict zone, he has been informed about the risks and he has given his concurrence that he's okay to operate. If he doesn't want to operate, then he should be signed off. Then establishing communication protocol, that is to DGCOM or IFCI or Indian Navy, local, it is all on case-by-case basis. Then awareness. So we are doing our best to reach out to seafarers, and in a certain case, we have reached out to 6,000 plus seafarers to ascertain their location and well-being. So this is a direct approach from the DGMA to the seafarers. And we have issued number of advisories just to institutionalize what we have just discussed. In fact, another advisory that is 47 has been issued today. So which is clarifying all this. In addition, we have had number of stakeholder meetings where the nautical advisor has directly chaired those and heard the stakeholders. And as I said, this situation is very dynamic, changes very fast. So that is the reason we are also proactive. We come out with advisories as the situation changes so that we have strategies in place to deal with them. So when about next of kin and assistance to seafarers, so we have a 3-tier financial assistance mechanism. One is SWFS, Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, which provides immediate financial assistance. Then we have mandatory P&I insurance. Generally it takes a while, but we assist in administration of till the amount is released. And then from Maritime Union of India or National Union for Seafarers of India, as applicable, they are also providing financial assistance. We ensure direct contact with the next of kin by the RPSL and DGMA counselor. So this is to ensure that the next of kin, they feel that there is someone who are with them even in the tough situations. And same hand-holding of next of kin. This is till everything is completed, all these statutory formalities, all the compensation is done. So we are providing that. So we talked about the insurance. Till recently we didn't have, all the maritime insurance was provided by global entities. Due to this conflict, the war risk premium had increased to about 10 times, and in some cases more also. Generally, the war risk premium is about 0.2% of your hull and machinery value of the vessel. It has gone on an average to about 2.5%, and in some cases I have been told about 5% as well. So this was adversely impacting the Indian stakeholders. So we have established India's first sovereign-backed maritime insurance regime, that is the BMIP, which is Bharat Maritime Insurance Pool, and it covers war risk, cargo insurance, hull and machinery, and most important, the P&I, protection and indemnity. So this the policies are provided by New India Assurance Company. It is basically a fixed premium group or pool, and very nominal charges when compared to others, and 100 million is the amount which will be provided internally, and then it has sovereign guarantee up to $1.5 billion, and which is done through General Insurance Corporation of India. So they are providing that reinsurance. So all I can say is at the Directorate, we are continuously looking at this ever evolving situation, and we always, for us, the safety of seafarer is paramount. At the same time, we try to ensure that Indian maritime strategic interests are protected all the time and as far as possible. Thank you, sir.
Well, we have to match the man's energy in order to, I think, match the energy. You all have to just clap for him. It was such a wonderful session. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Captain Azad, sir, please to join us on stage in order to felicitate, sir. And also, we are so thrilled and honored to have you, sir, here. With a token of gratitude, we want to say thank you to you and for the wonderful presentation. Please, sir. And also a very humble request to all our distinguished speakers. We have to take care of our timings as well. So just be a little mindful with the timings. It's a very kind and humble request. All right, let's quickly proceed towards the next session. This is all about securing India's maritime domain, ISPS compliance, Bureau of Port Security and Pranam Initiative. In order to present this presentation, may I request Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor cum Senior Deputy Director General, Technical Directorate General of Maritime Administration, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have the biggest round of applause for him? Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. We are running short of time, so I wanted to make it short because we are running around 2 hours short. So over the next 20 minutes, I want to walk you through where India maritime security stands and how the ISPS code has shaped the ports and our shipping ecosystems, what the upcoming Bureau of Port Security will mean for the sector, and how an initiative like Pranam is already changing the everyday experience of our seafarers. So if you can see here that India maritime sectors, carry almost 95% of our trade by volumes and around 70% of by value, making port critical national infrastructure. Sir, as the maritime sector grows, our security challenge also grow. As we have seen in the morning session, the Secretary and the Honorable Minister has talked about that. And to address this evolving threat, India has implemented international accepted security standard under the ISPS code. So now briefly, we should understand now that how the ISPS code is and how India has adopted. Sir, as you know that ISPS code was formed in July 2024 under SULAS chapter 11-2, and it established a uniform framework for assessing security risks, preparing security plans, and implementing preventive measures for ships and port facility. As you know that this codes apply to the ships more than 500 gross tonnage, but in India it is more around 200 gross tonnage and more. Sir, it involves port facility, ships, shipping company and the contracting governments. And the important feature is here, if you can see in the down, designated authority as per SOLAS conventions. This is ISPS code. Every country has to designate a competent authority responsible for implementing port security, port facility security. Now, which is going to the BOPS now, designated authority, we will see in the subsequent slides. How the India ISPS framework. So this is a comprehensive inclusive framework through the Merchant Shipping Port Facility Security Rule 2024, which will be replaced by 2026, which is coming, already approved by Legislative Division, and most probably it will come into the picture within 15 to 30 days. Sir, here the MOPSW, if you can see here, the nodal ministry, while the DGMA act as the administration. RSO such as IRS and the CISF assist in implementations, while Port Authority, Shipping Company and other maritime agency collectively ensure compliance. As you know that CISF has got that RSO that few days back. So they are now a new RSO which has come in our ecosystem. This is the ISPS compliance status in India. Presently 74 port facilities are ISPS compliant, which is reflecting the strong commitments to our international maritime security standard. Gujarat has the highest number of compliant ports with 28, followed by Maharashtra with 16 and Tamil Nadu with 10. If you can see in the Indian coast, there is a widespread implementations which forms a foundation for a secure, resilient and globally compliant maritime security framework across the nations. Having seen that institutional framework, now what is the role played by the DGMA? This is the DGMA roles in strengthening ISPS compliance. It frames security regulations, recognize security organizations and monitoring compliance with the ISPS code. DGMA approves security assessments and plans, conduct verifications and issue ISCC certificates for the ships and a statement of compliance to the port. The implementation of this responsibility, which we will see in this coming slide, with the two dimensions, that is the port security and ship security. We'll first look to the port security because it is the burning things going on at present. The port facility security, it is focused on protecting port infrastructure, cargo, personnel and ships from unlawful interference. And every port facility, if you can see here, has to conduct the security assessment and to prepare a port facility security plans, and they have to appoint a port facility security officer. And port facility security plans and assessment needs to go through the security advisory committee. I think it is not mentioned here, but we will see later on. And this measure also ensures that the security arrangement remain proportional to the prevailing security levels and to respond effectively to changing threats. This is the flow charts for the port security. If you can see here, for the ports and for the ports personnel who are attending, first we have to make the assessment. Then the plan is prepared and submitted for the approval to the administration. At present, administration is the DGMA. Now you can say DGBOPS. And the security measures are implemented, periodic audits are conducted, and a statement of compliance is issued with continuous annual verifications. So this system, it ensures that security is not a certification, it is a continuous process. It is not a one-time certification that you get the certificate for 5 years and then you sleep. No, you have to go through the annual verifications. Here you can see the responsibility, the port side security. This includes appointing the PFSO. That PFSO qualification is also there in our rules. That is, which is coming in 2026. It was also there in 2024. So port sector need to see that qualification of the PFSO. And here also the conducting inspections, and it has to coordinate with various security agencies, which is mentioned in the Security Advisory Committee. And this integrated approach, it ensures preparedness across all three ISPS security level. If you can see the security plans, there is mention what all things you have to carry out in the level 1, level 2 and level 3. After discussing with the port security, now I come to the ship security. What is the basic of that? I think maybe there's some ship owner, maybe the ship, maybe attending here. So each applicable ships operate under the applicable ship security plans developed on the basis of ship security assessment. The same, the port facility security assessment plan, here also we have to carry out the assessment, then the plan. And the company security officers and the ship security officer together ensures implementation of these measures on board. And the CSO has to prepare the port facility security plan. So similar to the port security, the ship security also follow a structured compliance process. If you can see here, this process begins with the ship security assessment, based on which the ship security plan is prepared, and generally this is developed by the SSO, but generally RSO also prepared the same here. And after approval by the administration or the RSO, the plan is implemented on board. Periodic audit also verify continuous compliance, leading to the issuance and renewal of the ISSC certificate. Here also you can see the responsibility of the shipside security. It ensures the regulatory control of all ship security function under the ISPS code. While the existing framework has served India well, but evolving threats which keeps on coming, it requires even a stronger institutional mechanism. So it is coming in the draft merchant shipping ports facility security rule 2026. So this is the key features which is coming in the ISPS rule 2026. This expands the regulatory framework by covering all Indian ships, foreign ships in Indian waters, port facility and company that own, operate or manage the applicable ships and port facility. Most importantly, BOPS is defined as designated authority under the draft rules, as it provides the responsibility of port facility security and vessel port. I mentioned here port facility security and the vessel port interface security, the BOPS. And presently what I seen that it is under the review in legislative department. So it is still not yet approved, but now after this ISPS, now come to the BOPS. The security framework is being built under the ISPS code, under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterway, Government of India. It is still proposed. This is the function of Bureau of Port Security. Section 13 of Merchant Shipping Act 2025 provides the statutory framework for the establishment of the BOPS, and it will regulate port facility security, approve port facility security assessments and plans, monitor compliance and facilitate intelligence sharing. It will also coordinate closely with the central and state governments, port authorities and other maritime security agencies. By promoting standardization, technology adoptions and capacity building, the Bureau will significantly strengthen India port facility security ecosystem. These are the functions of Bureau of Port Security. As I mentioned in the previous slide, it will regulate the port facility security, approve assessment and plans, monitor compliance and facilitate intelligence sharing. And to discharge the responsibility effectively, the Bureau has been structured into the specialized division, which is coming to the subsequent slide. There are the 4 specialized divisions, that is the General Administration, Policy and Training, which will develop a standard and build capacity. Cyber Security and Technical Division will address emerging technological threat and coordinations. Operational Oversight and Compliance will focus on inspection, audit and implementations. So this division will provide a comprehensive institutional framework for port security governance. This is the key feature which is proposed in the BOPS Rule 2026. Here it is defined its applicability regulatory power, inspection and enforcement function while ensuring alignment with Merchant Shipping Act 2025 and ISPS code. So this was ISPS and BOPS. I also wanted to mention here one initiative which is taken by the DGMA, and it's related to the security and the seafarer. That is a Pranam initiative which has been presently going on in the Terminal 2. It is the seafarer facilitation initiative developed by DGMA in collaboration with stakeholders like Union, MUI and NUSI. They have also contributed here in the Pranam initiative. And its objective is to provide the seamless airport assistance to Indian seafarer by simplifying documentation, immigrations and travel formalities. And this initiative ensures that the seafarer receives structured assistance throughout their airport journey. If you can see here, the Pranam provide end-to-end airport facilitation, including document verification, immigration assistance, baggage handling, and boarding support. Why I brought this Pranam? Because the company is also attending and in the Terminal T2, and I wanted to show the success of this Pranam initiative here. And the impact can be seen here in the subsequent slide. And these are the services offered under Pranam, the document verifications, and the immigration assistance, baggage handling, and the boarding support, and 24/7 help desk and emergency support to the seafarers, and the coordination with the airlines and the airport authority. This is the key achievement operational impact. Total 2,753 UK-bound seafarer were verified, and non-UK 1,030, and the fraudulent document detected for UK is 22, and the others is 8. And as per the UK Immigration Authority, there is 0%, the fraudulent person has gone from the Mumbai Airport Terminal T2 due to this initiative, because in the name of the seafarer, the people were traveling to the UK and other countries. This was the before and after impact. There was now it is after Pranam, there is a dedicated seafarer assistance counter, a structure guided airport movement, on ground support for documentation, because before going to the immigration, the seafarer is checked. His documentation is checked, and he cannot go to the immigration, because otherwise if they go to the immigration, they caught and they go to the police, then they go to the prison for the fraudulent documents. So still we are discussing to expand this to other airport with help of the stakeholder and with the digital verification and the DGMA. Still we are discussing this, but this is the way forward. So any questions? And to conclude, this Indian security framework like ISPS and BOPS, we hope that it will continue to evolve in response to emerging global challenges, and together we have to reinforce India's commitments to building a secure, resilient and globally competitive maritime ecosystem. Thank you very much, sir, and Jai Hind.
Well, thank you very much, sir, and Jai Hind to you as well. Now, can we just clap for him for such a wonderful session? May I request Captain Azad, sir, please to join us once again on stage, and please help us to present the token of gratitude for the wonderful presentation and for his gracious presence. Can we just welcome, ladies and gentlemen, with a token of gratitude, we want to say thank you to this wonderful presenter on stage. And just a very kind request to all our distinguished presenters who all are going to be with us here on stage. Make sure that we all are mindful with our times so that we can proceed with all the wonderful and amazing sessions. And now let's quickly proceed towards the third technical session. Join me to welcome. Before that, let me tell you the topic. It is geopolitical developments due to conflict in various regions of maritime security and shipping. In order to present this, please join me to welcome with the biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Vikas Anand from Indian Navy. Can we have the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Let's do this. And we are so thrilled to have him here. Thank you very much, sir. Can we just raise the bar? It feels good when you welcome our distinguished speakers with a little more energy. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I would like to thank Captain Vikram Manas for making my job easier by comprehensively covering the maritime incidents in the West Asia region. So I'll not have to get into the details, and also will help me keep ahead of the time that this was allotted to me. What he's also done is covered a part of my presentation, so a bit of what I'm going to say may be a repetition, so please bear with me on that. This is my topic. The endeavor of my presentation today is to briefly examine the geopolitical developments arising from contemporary conflicts and thereafter highlight their implications for maritime security and global shipping before specifically examining their impact on India. So starting with the conflicts, the international security environment today is characterized not by one isolated conflict, but by multiple interconnected theaters of instability. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has now fundamentally altered the European security architecture and generated effects well beyond the Black Sea, particularly on energy flows, food security, sanction regimes, and global shipping. In West Asia, the Israel-Iran confrontation and the continuing Houthi attacks in the Red Sea have brought the maritime dimension directly into the conflict. Merchant shipping, which traditionally remained peripheral to conflict, has itself become both a target and an instrument through which the strategic pressure can be exerted. More recently, tensions involving United States, Israel, Iran, and their implications on the Strait of Hormuz have once again demonstrated the vulnerability of critical maritime choke points. What emerges, therefore, is an increasingly interconnected conflict environment where developments ashore have almost immediate consequences at sea. This is a maritime scan for the first half year of 2026. As you can see, a total of 1,723 maritime incidents were monitored across 6 main clusters in the first half of 2026, marking a 6% decrease compared to 1,833 incidents in the second half of 2025. However, the overall maritime security situation continues to be at high threat level due to ongoing attacks on merchant vessels in and around the Strait of Hormuz, despite the on-off peace deal between US and Iran. The slide depicts the overall incident picture of the Strait of Hormuz crisis monitored under the Maritime Security Threats Hybrid Cluster. A total of 75 incidents have been monitored in this year till date, with 61 vessels confirmed to have been hit. The list of incidents has been updated as on today and shows the geographical spread of 75 affected vessels with dates of attacks and flags. The recorded attacks were observed to be spread across 4 geographical areas: the Persian Gulf, related ports and anchorages, the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman, and as far as the Arabian Sea. The incidents monitored in the Red Sea post following the Houthi declaration of a maritime blockade against Saudi Arabia are as shown. These developments have in turn generated several larger geopolitical developments. First is the question of efficacy of global organizations. The inability of existing international mechanisms to prevent, contain, or rapidly terminate contemporary conflicts has increasingly raised questions regarding their effectiveness in maintaining international peace and security. Second is a visible change in strategic alliances, both globally and regionally. States are recalibrating partnerships based increasingly on security, energy, and economic considerations. Disruptions of trade and supply routes is next on the list. The Red Sea crisis has demonstrated how quickly conflicts can force global shipping to alter established routes, with consequences extending across continents. And importantly, behind every ship and every disrupted route are seafarers. They increasingly find themselves operating within areas affected by missiles, drones, piracy, and armed conflicts, often despite having no connection whatsoever with the underlying dispute. The cumulative consequence is ultimately economic. Disrupted supply chains, increased transportation costs, higher insurance premiums, and energy uncertainty inevitably contributes to inflation. Therefore, what begins as a regional security crisis can rapidly become a global economic problem. I shall now be discussing the implications of these geopolitical developments and crises. The first implication is the maritime commons themselves are becoming contested. Areas traditionally regarded as open spaces facilitating international commerce are increasingly becoming arenas for strategic competition and coercion. Secondly, the vulnerability of maritime choke points is rapidly increasing. The Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandab, and other narrow passages demonstrate how disruption within a relatively small geographical area can generate disproportionate global consequences. Next is a resultant threat to freedom of navigation, which cannot merely be assumed. Increasingly, it requires surveillance, presence, deterrence, and when necessary, protection. And finally, merchant shipping itself has become increasingly vulnerable. Commercial vessels, which are large, slow, and generally undefended, are now operating in an environment where sophisticated weapons are available, not merely to states, but increasingly to non-state actors. The challenge, however, extends beyond conventional conflicts. We are witnessing an expansion of grey zone operations where actions deliberately remain below the threshold of conventional warfare. Concurrently, there is proliferation of asymmetric and unmanned threats. The employment of relatively inexpensive UAVs and USVs against vastly more expensive commercial and military platforms fundamentally alters the cost equation. Critical maritime infrastructure is equally vulnerable. Ports, offshore installations, energy infrastructure, and subsea connectivity increasingly constitute strategic targets. At the same time, the distinction between maritime, cyber, and electronic warfare domains is progressively diminishing. An operation at sea today may commence with cyber intrusion, involve electronic disruption, employ an unmanned platform, and ultimately generate a physical effect. Therefore, maritime security can no longer be viewed purely in geographical terms. It is increasingly multi-domain. Another significant implication is the exposure of energy security vulnerabilities. A substantial portion of global energy continues to transit through a relatively small number of maritime choke points. Any disruption, therefore, generates immediate concerns regarding availability, pricing, and strategic reserves. Sanctions and conflicts have also contributed to growth of shadow fleet operations and dark shipping activity. Vessels operating with opaque ownership structures, irregular flagging arrangements, or deliberately manipulating identification systems complicate maritime domain awareness. They also create significant challenges relating to safety, environmental protection, and accountability. Simultaneously, instability creates opportunities for maritime crime, where governance weakens and legitimate maritime activity becomes disrupted. Piracy, smuggling, and other illicit maritime activities invariably find space to operate. Conflict, therefore, does not replace traditional maritime security threats. It often amplifies them. Coming now to implications on global shipping. The most visible consequence has been the disruption of established shipping routes. Shipping companies, faced with an unacceptable threat environment, have increasingly rerouted vessels from affected areas. However, rerouting comes at a price. Longer voyages translate directly into higher fuel consumption, longer transit times, and increased operational costs. These additional costs eventually manifest themselves as increased freight rates. There is also a substantial increase in war risk insurance premiums for vessels operating within designated high-risk areas. Therefore, even when a ship is never attacked, the mere existence of the threat imposes an economic cost. This is an important characteristic of maritime disruption. The economic effect is often considerably larger than the physical damage caused by the individual attacks. Shipping today also faces a fundamentally different threat spectrum. Missiles, UAVs, and USVs provide relatively inexpensive means of threatening commercial vessels operating far from shore. ports and terminals are equally susceptible to disruption. Even temporary closure of a major terminal can generate cascading effects throughout global logistics chains. The growth of shadow fleets adds yet another dimension by increasing navigational, environmental, and regulatory risks. But perhaps the most important consideration remains the life and safety of seafarers. Merchant seafarers are civilians sustaining the arteries of global commerce. Yet, they increasingly operate in areas affected by missiles, drones, piracy, and geopolitical confrontation. Consequently, maritime security today is not merely about protecting ships and cargo, it is equally about protecting the men and women which are manning our ships. Having examined the global implications, let me turn specifically to India. India's geographical position and dependence upon the seas means that instability in the Indian Ocean cannot remain geographically distant from us. Developments in West Asia are particularly significant because of our critical trade, energy, and diaspora interests. These evolving security environment has also altered maritime traffic patterns across the region. Simultaneously, numerous multinational constructs have emerged in response to these challenges, accompanied by an increased presence of extra-regional forces. The Indian Ocean region is therefore an increasingly and highly congested and contested maritime domain. For India, the challenge is not merely to operate within this environment, but to preserve strategic space and safeguard our national interests therein. The complexity becomes even more evident when we examine the maritime traffic picture. Warships, merchant vessels, and vast fishing fleets operate simultaneously within the same geographical areas. In such an environment, inimical elements can exploit the density of legitimate traffic to mask their intentions and merge with general traffic. Detection alone, therefore, is insufficient. The real challenge lies in identification, classification, and determination of intent. At the same time, protection of Indian trade remains critical. Our economic prosperity is intimately linked to uninterrupted maritime commerce, yet persistent physical deployment at every shipping route and every choke point is neither practical nor sustainable. Consequently, the requirement is increasingly for persistent presence enabled by technology rather than presence based solely upon numbers of platforms. Moving on to some specific threats. Maritime terrorism maintains and remains a persistent threat, particularly because of the inherently porous nature of the maritime domain. Terror groups today also have access to capabilities which were previously available largely to states. Commercial SATCOM, navigation systems, and drones significantly enhance their reach and effectiveness. The implications for India are particularly serious because several major population centers, ports, industrial facilities, and other high-value targets are located along or close to our coastline. The lessons of the past, therefore, remain very, very relevant even today. Continuous strengthening of the coastal security architecture remains a national imperative. This must increasingly be complemented by hardening RBAVPs, strengthening of technological intelligence, persistent surveillance, and anomaly detection. Another challenge which has witnessed a resurgence is piracy. Piracy thrives where economic turmoil, weak governance, and conflict spillovers create permissive conditions. Its effects therefore extend far beyond the vessels actually attacked. Piracy increases the insurance premiums, forces rerouting, and ultimately erodes confidence in regional maritime security. For India, this is not a distant threat. Indian merchant vessels and Indian seafarers continue to operate across affected regions, and their protection remains an important national interest. Piracy, though comparatively low-tech in execution, imposes high-tech requirements of surveillance, persistence, and rapid response. Consequently, sustained presence of maritime assets in identified hotspots remains essential. Closely related is a growing challenge from asymmetric threats. State-sponsored as well as non-state actors increasingly employ small boats, drones, and disguised vessels as instruments of coercion, harassment, and grey zone warfare. Organized maritime militias further blur the distinction between civilian and combatant. Their principal strength lies in ambiguity and asymmetry. They exploit gaps in surveillance, operate within dense traffic, and impose disproportionate costs upon conventional forces. This creates a significant challenge for target identification and classification. Accordingly, enhanced sensor fusion, improved maritime domain awareness, and cost-effective weapon-to-target matching have increasingly become operational necessities. This brings me to perhaps one of the most significant developments in contemporary warfare, which is the advent of uncrewed systems. These systems are relatively low cost, can be manufactured at scale, and yet are capable of producing disproportionate damage. The Houthi employment of drones and unmanned surface vessels demonstrates how even non-state actors can leverage such systems for strategic effect. For maritime forces, this complicates the fundamental task of detection, classification, and engagement. The economics are equally important. Employing an expensive missile against a low-cost drone is tactically effective, but may not remain economically sustainable during a prolonged confrontation. Therefore, we must not merely defend against uncrewed systems, we must exploit the technology ourselves. Fast-track induction of uncrewed as well as counter-uncrewed systems will increasingly become essential as both force multipliers and instruments of deterrence. So how do we respond? The first requirement is persistence presence. Indian Navy's mission-based deployments provide the ability to maintain situational awareness and respond rapidly across areas of interest. These are complemented by sustained maritime security operations in the affected regions. Persistent air surveillance significantly expands the surveillance envelope and reduces dependence upon surface platforms alone. Anti-piracy operations remain essential to maintaining confidence in the safety of shipping. Similarly, anti-narcotics and other constabulary operations remain important because maritime crime frequently exploits the same governance gaps created by instability and conflict. The fundamental requirement is therefore to maintain credible presence across the spectrum of maritime security challenges. However, presence alone will not suffice. We need to increasingly leverage technology. The induction of uncrewed and counter-uncrewed systems can provide both force multiplication and deterrence. Our vulnerable areas and vulnerable points, or VAs and VPs, need to be progressively hardened, including through counter-UAS capabilities. Technical intelligence and surveillance networks must simultaneously be strengthened. Given the sheer volume of maritime traffic, manual monitoring alone cannot provide the required persistence. We therefore need AI-driven anomaly detection capable of identifying dark, irregular, or erratic vessel behavior. Similarly, enhanced sensor fusion can enable predictive modeling and improve classification and decision-making. Finally, AI-driven maritime domain awareness, complemented by persistent UAV and USV coverage, offers the possibility of maintaining surveillance over large areas without excessively straining finite capital assets. In a sense, the requirement is to shift from merely seeing the maritime domain to understanding it, and increasingly anticipating activity within it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by underlining the essence of threats and challenges in the op environment today. The maritime domain is not simply an extension of geography, it is the lifeline of national security and prosperity. It affords us unmatched mobility and reach, but it comes with challenges as complex as the opportunities it offers. What we face in the Indian Ocean is not a single adversary, nor a single form of threat. It is a combination of persistent traditional challenges, non-traditional disruptions, and increasingly hybrid constructs that blur the line between peace and conflict. The IR today is heavily congested and contested, a theater where the interests of global powers, regional actors, and non-state networks intersect daily. In such an environment, we need to stay ahead of the curve and optimally leverage technology by leapfrogging and pole vaulting through relentless efforts in invention, innovation, indigenization, and integration. Thank you everyone for a patient hearing. Before I finish, I would like to compliment the DGMA on organizing and conducting the seminar so effectively. Wishing you continued success for the remaining sessions. Shana Varna, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for those inspiring words. Can I have the loudest round of applause, everybody? May I request once again, Captain Azad, sir, please join us on stage and please present the token of gratitude to a wonderful presenter, ladies and gentlemen. What a delightful, knowledgeable session for all of us. We are so thrilled and want to say simply thank you to sir.
We will now quickly move towards our next session, which is all about port security, current challenges, best practices, and future preparedness. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome in order to present this session Shri Padmakar S. Sir, IPS, Additional Director General South Central Industrial Security Force, to deliver this session. We are again thrilled to have you, sir, here. Can we welcome him with the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We have to match his energy, so can we give a little louder round of applause for him, everybody? Thank you very much. Sir, all over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am ADG South, CISF, and I am looking after industrial establishment security of South India. But recently, the government has also designated me as ADG Port Security, and after that I have been looking after port security of all the ports in India and related issues. Actually, this presentation was to be given by another officer from CISF who has vast experience of working in ports, but because of personal reason, he is not able to come. That's why I have to give this presentation. Let me tell you that I don't have much experience of working in the port. This is my recent charge, and I am learning about all the issues which are related with the port security. So I hope you will bear with me. Can you please show the first slide? Achha. This is the overall view of the Indian ports. As per MHA security guidelines of 2023, total number of ports is 250. Out of these, major ports are 12, non-major ports are 238, and non-major cargo handling ports are 68. We know that total 74 ports are EXIM ports. Out of that, 12 ports are major ports and 62 ports are non-major ports. But I think there are 6 more ports which are handling internal cargo. So we have got total 68 non-major ports which are handling cargo and 12 major ports which are handling cargo. Then we have got about 130 major ports which are exclusively used for fishing purpose. So we don't have any merchant ships there. We only have fishing harbors in these 130 ports. And then there are 40 non-major ports which are non-functionals. These numbers may slightly vary. For example, as per DG Shipping position, there are a total 229 ports, but as per MHA guidelines, there are 250 ports. But what we do is we have to reconcile this figure and come out with exact numbers so that we can have a clear picture about these ports. During my presentation, I will deal with this category of ports one by one, and I will try to tell you what is the security system at these ports. But before that, I would like to tell you about the role of CISF in port security. CISF is deployed at all 12 major ports. I think we have got strength about 7,000 to 8,000 CISF personnel are deployed, and they are looking after security of these major ports. Apart from that, we have got deployment at non-major port at Andaman and Nicobar. And CISF has been recently declared as a recognized security organization for port security. I would like to tell you that earlier in the meeting of Strategic Security Conference, it was decided that CISF should play more active role in the field of port security, and as per that there was a joint committee was established between DG Shipping and CISF, and the committee gave the report, and based on the recommendation of that report, government has assigned this task to CISF. I am grateful to DG Shipping and Ministry of Shipping for giving this responsibility to the CISF. I think this is a milestone in the journey of CISF, and we look forward to work with DG Shipping and all the stakeholders in going ahead and enhancing the security of all the ports in India. We have already started the work. As per the instruction of government, we have been asked to begin with doing the PFSA for all the major ports. So our teams have visited Paradip Port, Mundra Port, Kandla Port and JNPA Port, and they have started working on the port facility security plan of these ports. We came to know that there is some apprehension in the minds of port authorities about this exercise, because in case of some of the ports, the compliance status of compliance is not yet completed. So they are questioning whether we should go ahead with this fresh PFSA or not. But I would like to tell you that central government has taken decision that fresh PFSA and PFSP will be held for all the ports, and accordingly we have prepared the plan. We have sent the plan schedule to the DG Shipping, and ministry has approved the program, and as per that program we are planning to conduct the PFSA and PFSP for all the major and non-major ports. The fees are quite nominal, and in case you have got some issue related to the fees, you can always take up the matter with the ministries and they will try to resolve the issue. And I will also tell you that the fees which CISF is charging will be going to the Consolidated Fund of India. It is not going to CISF. So there should not be any hesitation in paying the fee, because ultimately it is going to the government. Then as per the direction of government, we have also started training of the port security, private security personnel deployed in the ports. Private security personnel are deployed at major as well as non-major ports. Their number goes into thousands. As per initial assessment, their number is 6,000 to 7,000. We have prepared the plan, and we have got training institutions. These are advocate training institutions at all the major ports. All these ports are giving us support in running these training institutes. And so far we have given training to 3,200 private security personnel as well as 329 police security personnel deployed in port security. We are charging very nominal fees for conducting this training. For security personnel, our training charges are only 700 rupees. For this training is for 1 week, and we are charging only nominal fee of 700 rupees. And in case they need a boarding facility, we are charging additional amount of 800. So this is very nominal fee. But we came to know that because of some technical reason, police personnel are not able to pay the fees because they are not having the appropriate head for expenditure under this heading. I would like to tell them that even if you don't pay the fee, we are ready to conduct courses for you. At later stage, we can pay the fee, and we are fine with that. So only 4 or 5 states they have actually come to us for conducting the training. I will request all other states and union territories that they can avail these facilities and try to train as many security personnel who are engaged in port facility as possible. So then I will like to talk about security of non-functional ports. In my first slide, I told you that there are about 40 non-functional ports. During a recent meeting in MHA desired that CISF will take steps to ensure security of these ports through technical means. So in this connection, I had discussion with officers of Navy, Coast Guard, and officers deployed in SMB. And I think Coastal Police and Coast Guard, they will have to take initiative in securing these non-functional ports because they come under their jurisdiction. And we know that there is a project conducted by Indian Navy. The name of the project is National Maritime Domain Awareness, which was our Secretary Border Management also talked about this project in his address. As per that project, we have got a number of coastal radars, cameras, and other technical gadgets all around the coast. And these feeds from radars as well as AIS signals from signal from marine ships will be integrated, and there will be a central facility at Gurgaon where these feeds will be analyzed, and there will be watch on the suspicious activity of vessels in the sea. So my request is that these feeds can be given to the coastal police, they can monitor it, as well as coastal police and state governments can also set up some kind of CCTV systems at the port site, and they should be able to keep watch on it. They should also frequently visit it. There may be joint visit of CISF, IB, and Indian Coast Guard and Coastal Police, and they can assess the situation there and take corrective measures to ensure security of these non-functional ports. Then we will come to security of ports which are exclusively used as fishing harbors. There are about 130 such ports where there is no trade by merchant vessels, but these ports are exclusively used by fishing harbors. As per the assessment made by us, there is virtually no deployment of any security guards at these fishing harbors. There was meeting conducted by MHA, which joint meeting by MHA and Ministry of Fisheries, where this issue was discussed, and as per their request, CISF has submitted a template indicating a model security deployment as well as projecting requirement of physical security infrastructure at different kind of security, different kind of fishing harbors. This proposal is presently is under consideration by Ministry of Fisheries, and I hope soon they will be coming up with security guideline for all the fishing harbors, fish landing centers, and fish landing points. And hopefully there will be some kind of security deployment at all these fishing harbors. But issue to be decided is whether CISF can conduct any kind of PFSA and PSFP for these ports, because as per the ISPS code, we know that fishing harbors, fish trawlers, they do not come under the purview of ISPS codes. So when you discuss security of non-functional ports and such fishing harbors, actually there is no tangible deployment of security personnel, there is no security setup at these ports, then what kind of assessment and planning can be expected from CISF? So I will request DG Shipping to examine this matter, and they can give us suggestion actually how to go about conducting PFSA and PFSP for these fishing, these ports which are non-functional and where fishing harbors are actually located. But from our side, we have given the template, and we hope that soon major fishing harbors will be having some kind of security, and loopholes in the security of these fishing harbors will be taken care of. Then I will come to security gaps at cargo handling non-major ports. We know that there are 12 major ports and there are 68 cargo handling ports which are non-major ports. We know that at present, though these ports are called non-major ports, effectively at present they are handling about 55% of total cargo. In 2030, they are expected to reach 60% mark, and by 2047, it is expected that they may be handling about 75% of Indian cargo. So security of these non-major ports is important, but if you see on the ground, virtually there is no security at many of these ports. There is no standardized security. As per the requirement of port security, there is standard template that we should have some physical security, then we should have access control, then we should have some element which will look after the waterfront security, and we should have some quick reaction team which will respond in case of emergency. But in many of these non-major ports, none of these components are existing, but still we are continuing to say that these ports are ISPS compliant. Actually, we have to have relook at the security of all these major ports, and we have to take the corrective measures. Most important issue related to security of this non-major port is that there is no sovereign security agency deployed at these ports. As per the MHA guidelines of 2023, at all these ports, there should be hybrid kind of security, and core security area should be taken care of sovereign agency like CISF, any other CAPF, state police force, state industrial security force, or similar kind of agency, and non-core aspect can be taken care of by PSAs. But excepting few ports in Gujarat, I think, where state SISF is deployed, all other ports are deploying only private security agencies. Because of that, there is very weak security at these ports. So we need to have some kind of standardized system to take care of security of these ports. Today morning there was discussion, and all of us would know that because of budgetary constraints, these ports are not able to take care of the security, and there is also apprehension that in case we enhance the security, there may be difficulty in the operations and things may get delayed, and there may be criticism at international level, and we may suffer the loss of business. But in this aspect, I would like to tell you that all the ports are getting competitive day by day. You might have heard that ports like Singapore and Amsterdam, they are getting digitalized 100%. From port of call to arrival at the berth and operation of cargo and transportation of cargo to yard, there is going to be 100% digitization. So I don't think there is any delay in the operation because of security reasons. If we fail in digitizing, then maybe compared to international ports, we'll be lacking behind and we may lose the business. But security is paramount, as discussed during morning session, and we must pay attention to the security of these ports. We have many vital installations located around the coast. We have got atomic energy installations, we have got space installations. They are not in any profit business, but still we are bearing a lot of expenses in providing security to this establishment. I think similar kind of approach is to be taken while discussing security of all the ports of India. Their security expenses should not be linked with what kind of operational expenses they are having, or what kind of profit they are getting. I think standard security setup should be established at all these ports as early as possible, and we can adopt system which is equivalent to the system which we are having at airport. Airport also we faced similar problem few years back, because there are issues who will bear the expenses of deployment of CISF at these airports. So finally they came up with a solution, and they established a fund, National Aviation Fees Security Trust, and they started charging nominal charges to the passengers, and that amount is going to the fund, and all the security related expenses is borne from that fund. So we can have similar kind of approach and bear the security expenses of all the ports from similar such fund. In fact, Joint Committee of CISF and DG Shipping have given the recommendation that we can charge nominal amount for each container or per tonnage of bulk cargo, and these charges will go to the we can say it National Port Security Fund that will be handled by Ministry of Shipping, and expenses related to security of these ports can be taken care of by this fund. So this is my suggestion. I think we need to act quickly on the issue and try to implement security at major ports as early as possible. As I told you earlier, that CISF is deployed at 12 major ports, but still we are having some problem because we don't have ideal setup there. And so these are my recommendations related to non-major ports. We should complete PFSA and PFSP as early as possible. We must have sovereign security agency for security at these ports, and we should have standardized security benchmark across the ports, and training of PSA should be completed as early as possible. We came to know that there is a lot of reluctance on the part of private operators to send their private security guards for training. So I will request SMBs who are present here, they can persuade them to actually, at least to begin with, they will list out the number of private guards who are deployed at the ports, and their details should be sent to us, and we will plan their training as per the recent guideline of MHA that they have given timeline of 2 years, and within that 2 year span all the security guards are to be trained, and after that they won't be able to deploy untrained security guards at the ports. And the security of PSA is mandatory as per the guideline of DG Shipping. So this aspect is to be taken into consideration. So these are the emerging threats, and earlier speakers, they also spoken about it. Drone and UAV threat, then autonomous surface and underground vessel threat is there. In fact, you may be knowing that there is a mercantile, maritime, autonomous surface ships are also there. So gradually we are moving towards the ships, merchant ships which are totally automated. In fact, IMO is coming up with a separate code for these kind of ships. So all these things are important, and our security system should also be able to take care of these developments. Then there is smuggling of narcotics, drugs, arms and explosives. I would like to tell you that in year 2024, there was a case in Mundra port where narcotics drugs worth 377 crores were seized in 2 cases, and they were in the container, and that container was being shipped to Sierra Leone country. Similarly, recently, just 3-4 months back, another container having narcotics drugs worth 178 crore was seized again at Mundra port, and that container was imported, and the vendor had declared that it is containing wool, but actually there was big consignment of drug inside the container. So this is very important, and we have to guard against this. Another lacuna which we have noticed at major ports as well as non-major ports is that very limited facility for screening of cargoes. US and other advanced countries, they are going for 100% screening of cargo, but we have got very limited capacities, and that too is also taken care of by customs, so their priority is different. I visited such facility in JNPA, and I noticed that hardly we are able to screen 5 to 6% of cargo, because the screening process is also complicated, and for screening of one container it may be taken 10 to 15 minutes. So if you want to expand the system, lot of investment is to be made, and here also funding, question of funding will be there. But my request is that this job should not be left only to the customs, because their priority is different. Security agencies should also get involved in this, so that we can make this system effective. Then there is issue of cyber attack on IT and OT system, stowaways and human trafficking, though such incidents are rare, but there is distinct possibility of this happening. Then there is issue of insider threat. We should be guarding about insider threat also. We have to properly verify credentials of our personnel, and we have to check on them. I was asked to say something about best practices at the ports. So I visited some of the ports, and I found that very good systems are in place in some of the ports. First important thing is that it is very good that at least for EXIM ports, consistently we have been doing PFSA and PFSP for so many years, and you have developed a very good system which is very robust, and we can take this system forward. Then our Port Facility Security Advisory Committees are also doing very fine. There is very good coordination between CISF and other stakeholders at all the major ports. And during my visit to Chennai and Vizag, I visited this VTMS system which is developed by NTC PwC and IIT Madras. This is our indigenous system, which is very competitive when compared to costly systems of European countries. So we can adopt this VTMS system of developed by our own institute, and that can be installed at places where it is not existing. Then we are having periodic joint security exercises at many ports. We have been provided drones, and they are being used for surveillance purpose. And finally, I visited ports at Kamarajar and Visakhapatnam ports. There they have come up with a very sophisticated system for integrated system for access point control for personal and vehicle. These are the pictures of these systems. First one is at Visakhapatnam port. There you can see that there are 2 facial recognition cameras which are at 2 different levels. They are able to take picture of person sitting in the truck as well as person walking or moving in scooter or on light vehicle, and it is possible, it is able to actually recognize the face. And there is also RFID identification. There are cameras on the top and in the front which can take picture of the number plate. So this is very good system. Unfortunately, it is still under installation, and it may take some time to actually operationalize it. but it can be adopted at other ports also. Similarly, the second system I found at Kamarajar port at Ennore. This is highly sophisticated system, and it is functioning system. It is similar to the one to be installed at Vizag, but interesting feature of the system is that biometric recognition of the system is through it is reading the biometric palm reading. So there is the incoming person, he simply has to insert his palm into the cavity of the camera, which we can see, and without touch, just looking at the biometric palm system, the system is able to recognize the individual, and other features are similar to the features installed at Vizag. These two are quite interesting systems which I found during my visit, and I think these are worth replicating at other ports. Then finally, coming to the future preparedness, CISF is ready for the PFSA and PFSP for all the ports. We have got our teams ready. We have as many as 40 teams are ready, and we are planning to complete the PFSA and PFSP of all the ports within a span of 1 to 2 years. I request all the port authorities and state maritime boards that kindly cooperate with us and help us in conducting the exercise in a time-bound manner. Then I will request that biometric-based access system, which I showed in my previous slide, they are ideal one. We can install such systems at other ports also. They will be very effective. They will actually reduce the workload of security personnel at the access control gate, and without any mistake, they will be able to check the incoming personnel. Then we need to have CCTV cameras with AI-enabled video analytics. I think many ports are working on it, but we have to take it to a higher level. Then we can think about high-level or high-capacity drones which can be used for surveillance at our ports. We can think about tethered drones because we need 24/7 surveillance, and endurance of normal drones may not be that high. So we have to think about high quality drones having better endurance and which can withstand the adverse climate at the sea. We can have these kind of systems. Then we need to have anti-drone system. Right now, I think none of the establishments are having anti-drone system, but I am happy to tell you that I was discussing with our unit commander at Tuticorin port, and I came to know that actually they are planning to install such a system within a span of 6 months. The trials are going on. So other port authorities, they can also think about going ahead and installing the system. The issue with this with the problem is that there is no perfect and ideal solution for rogue drones, but we should have some kind of solution. Having no solution is no issue. We can have some kind of solution, and gradually we can keep on enhancing and developing it further. I talked about the underwater detection system. Then we have to enhance our capacity of container scanning. Then security agency should be integrated into cargo scanning. Maritime single window integration system should also include security personnel, because everything is getting digitized. The security systems will also get digitized slowly. So we can expect that they should also be integrated in the overall system. That will help us. Then finally, we have to have cyber security preparedness. As we move towards digitization, this threat will be more and more. DG Shipping also spoke about it. They have issued the guideline for cyber security preparedness. Yesterday I was going through the guideline given by IMO on this. They have given the extensive guideline. In fact, this is going to be very important, and as per those guidelines, they are saying similar to what we do during our port facility security assessment, similar kind of assessment, identification of your assets, digital assets should be done, and we should have plan to mitigate any threat to our digital assets. And in fact, they are saying that we should have port security, cyber security assessment, and we should have port security, cyber security plan. So in future, this is going to be an important aspect. Maybe DG Shipping may have to designate a different RSO to look after the security threat posed by cyber security. So this is important aspect. We have to give very much attention to this aspect. I request all the port authorities and SMBs to take care of this, and we have to gradually build up the system. So we have to start from the beginning, and it may take some time before we become expert in the field and take foolproof measures, but we have to start the beginning. Only then we can achieve our target in respect of cyber security preparedness. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. May I request Captain Vikram Manhas, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Maritime Administration, kindly to join us on stage, and please help us to felicitate with a token of gratitude. And now can we have the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for such a wonderful presentation. And I know I'm standing between you and the networking lunch session, so we are breaking for the lunch, and it's just 30 minutes long lunch break, so make sure we all are back in the hall. Till then, please enjoy your networking lunch, and please make sure we are back in the hall on time so that we can proceed with further sessions. Thank you.
रखो सीधे रखो।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all kindly settle down as we are about to proceed with our next sessions. A very humble request, each one of you kindly settle down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you kindly settle down. A very good afternoon. Welcome back after the lunch break. I hope we all had a great lunch break. Now it's time to proceed for the next sessions. This is session 5, experience sharing by state maritime boards on ISPS implementation and port security. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. Are we back? Or we should start with Namaste. Namaste, everybody. Thank you very much. We will begin with Maharashtra Maritime Board to share the Maharashtra's experience. It's my pleasure to invite Commandant Santosh B. Nayak, Coastal Safety and Security Officer, Maharashtra Maritime Board. Can we welcome this wonderful gentleman on stage with the biggest round of applause? Sir, all over to you.
Managing across 877 kilometers of diverse coastline with 48 port limits and 16 port facilities with captive jetties handling EXIM and coastal cargo is an everyday operational challenge. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, representatives from fellow maritime boards, security leaders, and maritime partners. I am honored to stand before you today representing the Maharashtra Maritime Board. I am Commandant Santosh B. Nayak. I am a Coast Guard officer on deputation with Maharashtra Maritime Board, and I am doing the designation of Coastal Safety and Security Officer of Maharashtra Maritime Board. In next 10 minutes, I will be covering my presentation as per the scope as shown. The geographical maritime boundaries maps out to 877 kilometers in length. The standard mainland coastline of Maharashtra maps out as shown. The Thane and Palghar district is 127 kilometers. The Mumbai district is 114 kilometers. Raigad is 122 kilometers. Ratnagiri is 237 kilometers. And Sindhudurg is 120 kilometers. Two major ports, namely Mumbai Port Authority and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, is located in Maharashtra, and the third major port, Vadhavan, is coming up at Palghar district. There are 48 notified port limits covering the entire coastline excluding the major ports. There are 16 non-major port facilities under MMB jurisdiction, out of which 14 are handling EXIM cargo and 2 are handling coastal cargo. As per Section 1 and 33 of Indian Ports Act 1908, there are 48 port limits under the control of Government of Maharashtra. The list is as shown on the slide. As per Section 37 of Indian Port Act 1908, the 48 port limits are further grouped into 5 port groups, namely Bandra, Mora, Rajpuri, Ratnagiri, and Vengurla. The port groups are formed mainly to collect port dues, fees, or charges as authorized under Indian Port Act 1908. Each port group is headed by a regional port officer who is also the deputy conservator. Coming to the ISPS compliance of port facilities, the current ISPS compliance is as shown. Out of 16 port limits under the MMB, 13 are ISPS compliant, while 3 are in the process of undertaking ISPS audit. They are in the various stages of ISPS audit. Some are already completed their PFSA and PFSP. Now I'll guide you through each port facilities with their location, cargo handling capacity, and their ISPS status. To start with, status of Adani Electricity Mumbai is as shown. Ambuja Cement Limited, which is located in Ulve, Belapur, Raigad district. Karanja Port Terminal and Logistics Private Limited, which is again located in Raigad district. JSW Dharamtar Port, which is in Raigad district. PNP Maritime Services Limited, Dharamtar, Raigad district. JSW Salav, which is again in Revdanda, Raigad district. Indo Energy International Limited, Sanegaon. Diggi Port. Infrastructure Logistics Private Limited, which is in Ratnagiri district. Konkan LNG Dabhol, which is in Ratnagiri district. JSW Jaigarh, Ratnagiri. Angre Port, which is in Ratnagiri again. Ultratech Cement, which is in Ratnagiri, it is in the process of doing its ISPS compliance. Finolex is in Ratnagiri district. And Reddy Port, which is in Sindhudurg district. And lastly, Yogayatan Port Limited, which is in Raigad district. Coming to the current security and best practices adopted by MMB, following is ensured by Maharashtra Maritime Board. All port facilities crisis management plan, including cyber security, is validated every 3 months with action taken report being sent to MOPSW regularly. All ports are conducting mock drills in their respective ports. All ports are participating in coastal security exercise conducted by Coast Guard and Coastal Police. Port operators are deploying their patrol boats for patrolling of their port area. As emphasized in the earlier presentations, training of private security agencies personnel by CISF is being ensured. So far, out of 462 private security personnel, 439 private security personnel have been trained for private security agencies of private ports by CISF. The regional port officers personnel actively participate in the coastal security exercise to gain first-hand experience in cooperation and jointmanship with all stakeholders. Port Facility Security Advisory Committee meeting at port facilities is being conducted every 6 months. In accordance with Merchant Shipping, Ship and Port Facility Security Roles 2024. Some of the capacity building initiatives undertaken by Maharashtra Maritime Board is as follows. This is as part of the coastal defense. provision of binoculars, torches, and loud hailers to augment port offices. The port offices includes at 48 port limits, where we have the port offices which are under the control of regional port officers. Provision of baggage scanners, door frame metal detectors, and handheld metal detectors at passenger terminals. Provision of night vision binoculars at port offices to augment coastal defense. Appointment of additional security sentries at passenger terminals to improve safety and security. Facility of e-ticketing and online ticketing at ferry terminals for passenger convenience. And last but not the least, it's not mentioned in the slide, participation in onboarding of all non-AIS passenger ferries in the Maritime Domain Awareness app of Indian Navy. After having covered the status of ISPS implementation and port security, few recommendations for strengthening port security and ISPS compliance are as follows. So far, what we have discussed, clarity if CISF and IRS both can be consulted as recognized security organizations for vetting of PFSA and PFSP of ports. This has been clarified by the earlier speakers, but this is based on the recommendations received from the non-major ports under MMB. Timely deputing of staff of RSO for initial audit of ports seeking approval of their PFSA and PFSP. Only port facilities operating EXIM and coastal cargo may be mandated for ISPS compliance, and notified port limits be exempted. We have this 48 port limits which are having only passenger terminals. It is like any other fish landing centers or fishing harbor. So it's a request. We have taken up this matter with MHA regarding this as per the MHA 2023 revised guidelines on port security. We are awaiting the response to the same. Like fish landing centers, fish centers, and fishing harbors not being mandated for ISPS compliance, similarly, port limits with smaller jetties for passenger traffic be exempted for ISPS compliance. These places are already manned by the staff of regional port offices, which includes the port officers and additional security personnel. Ports already having statement of compliance for ISPS issued by designated authority may be exempted from undertaking fresh PFSA and PFSP by CSF Technical Consultancy Wing. While the first and the last points have already been clarified, these was as per the inputs received from the private ports. That's why we have included. So it is amply clarified that that fresh PFSP and PFSA has to be done, irrespective of having a SOC. That's all from my side. This is the statement of compliance issued by designated authority to various ports under MMB. 13 ports have been issued with certificate of compliance. The most recent one being the JSW Salav, which has been updated its ISPS compliance. Maharashtra Maritime Board stands strongly committed for strict ISPS implementation and port security. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, sir. I request Captain Nitin Mukesh, sir, please to join us on stage and please help us to present the token of gratitude. Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation, sharing your valuable insights about Mumbai Port. And now we will quickly proceed towards the Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. Let's clap for this wonderful presenter on stage. All right, and now let's quickly proceed and let's welcome Captain K. Sridharma, Port Officer, Andhra Pradesh Maritime Board. Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we give him the loudest round of applause? Let's welcome. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Captain K. Sri Dharmashastra on behalf of AP Maritime Board. I'm Port Officer. So I'm just going to run through the overview of the ports in the AP state. AP Maritime Board was formed in 2019 and we have 6 operational ports, 1 major port and 5 other than major ports. And current capacity is 321 million metric tons, and there are 4 new ports under development which are under construction. So these are the categorized ports as per MHA. So the first 4 ports, 5 ports are operational and another 4 ports which are under construction. Overview of the operational ports in AP. We have Anchorage, Kakinada Anchorage, Rava, Kakinada Deepwater, Gangavaram and Krishnapatnam. These are the details of capacity of each port and major commodities that are handled in the port. And these are the upcoming ports: Kakinada Gateway Port, Ramayapatnam Port, and Machilipatnam Port and Molapeta Port. As per the DG Circular 4 of 2022, Port Facility Security Advisory Committee has been formed and as per the circular, every 6 months we have to conduct PFSAC, which is being conducted in all the ports, and these are the committee members. And as per the circular also, government GO, we have included Narcotics Control Bureau, then CISF, state intelligence agencies, then central intelligence agencies with a total of 12 members. These are the committee members of the PFSAC, Port Facility Security Advisory Committee. Then each port, this is the overview of each port. This is Adani Gangavaram Port with a capacity of 64 million tons. And presently it's under boot model. And status of ISPS compliance is certificate is valid till 29 Jan 2027 and last annual inspection in 17th March 2026 and PFSAC meeting was held in 25th May. Adani Krishnapatnam also capacity is 98 million tons. I'm not going through remaining details, just go to the ISPS data. So the ISPS certificate compliance is valid up to 29 and the last annual inspection was done in July 2026 and PFSAC was held on 11 June 2026. Kakinada Deepwater Port with a capacity of 24 million tons. And compliance certificate is valid till, this is valid till 27, that's not 25. And last inspection was in 2026 and 16th May was the last PFSAC meeting. Rava Port is also an SBM port. And last annual inspection was done on 2025, 7th November and validity up to 2027. And PFSAC was done in 20th August. 2020, no, sorry. This was in June. It's a small connection. Kakinada also, Kakinada Anchorage Port, and this is the overview of the ISPS complaints, whatever I have said there. And ISPS status for the ports under construction. There are 4 ports under construction. IRS has been appointed for preparation of PFSA and PFSP for the 3 ports. Ramayapatnam, they already done initial assessment. And Kakinada Gateway Port yet to be given. Maybe we will be suggesting to CSF for this new upcoming port. And sir, mainly coming to the ISPS PFSAC committee meeting after the issuance of the GO, all the ports, especially we have invited in Narcotics Control Bureau, CISF and IB also. in every 6 months meeting, we are specifically asking them and showing the port facility security plan. We have recorded that if any specific requirements to be implemented, more need to be added. So CSF was included right from almost 2 years now with in the ports of Andhra Pradesh, where the representative always attends in the PFSAC meetings. And then coming back to the capacity building of the private security personnel, as per the directions, we have already started from Andhra Pradesh, started this training program. From Kakinada, already 60% of the private security personnel were trained by CSF, 90% in Adani Gangavaram, and then Adani Krishnapatnam, Kakinada and Rava. We are planning from this month and next month, we are expecting to complete training for the complete private personnel in the next 2 to 3 months. So this is under good pace in AP. Now very important clarification there. There was a letter from the, sorry, I'll just go back. As per this letter, that all the existing ports also must undergo again PFSP and the PFSA and PFSP, and a new SOC will be issued or not, that is not clarified. But why should the already having SOC certificate, why they should go again undergo PFSA and PFSP? That is an additional, and it contradicts already given certificate, and who has already done by the DG shipping already given SOC. Now again CSF again doing it does not make any this thing. It is an additional burden, but nothing else. But I have requested DG also to clarify on that, but they have clearly written that all the existing ports must undergo again for the new PFSA and PFSP, which that needs to be clarified, sir. And that should be exempted from that. Yes, CSF definitely can be given for the newly notified port facilities and port facilities without any approved PFSP, and port facilities undergoing substantial changes in infrastructure or operations. Definitely CSF instead of IRS, we can definitely go with CSF. But all the, the ports, non-major ports who are already having SOC, I don't think it is required, but that is a clarification must be required from the DG, this thing. And way forward on the uniform implementation, since state maritime boards oversee the numerous non-major ports with varying cargo profiles and infrastructure, security requirements should be risk-based, consistent with the ISPS code, rather than applying a one-size-fit-for-all approach like the normal guidelines which has been given. And presently IRS does the same thing. They, for each port, depending on the existing infrastructure, geographical location, they prepare the PFSP and then PFSA, and then PFSP is prepared. And regulatory communication should be harmonized among DG Shipping, CSF and state maritime boards and port operators to avoid any conflicting interpretations and unnecessary compliance burdens, especially in this the previous letter, DO letter, which has been issued by MHA. That's all, sir. Thank you. Main point is that.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now may I request Captain Azad, sir, please to join us on stage and please help us to felicitate with token of gratitude for this wonderful segment, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it a round of applause. It has to be a big one. Up next, we will proceed quickly towards Karnataka Maritime Board. In order to represent Karnataka, it's my pleasure to invite Sri Vasudeva, Advisor Karnataka Maritime Board, to address the gathering. Please join me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the louder we will welcome, the greater the presentation is going to be. Thank you very much. All over to you, sir.
Good afternoon all. I am Vasudeva, representing Karnataka Maritime Board, and will be sharing the experience on ISPS implementation and port security. So a brief outline of major and non-major ports in Karnataka. There is only one major port, which is New Mangalore Port Authority, and non-major ports, there are two operational ports apart from non-operational ports. The operational ports are Karwar and Old Mangalore Port. And of the two operational non-major ports, Karwar and Old Mangalore Port. Karwar Port is the only all-weather port which has the ISPS code compliance, and for Old Mangalore Port, it is in advanced stages of obtaining ISPS compliance. So a brief on Karwar Port. So basically Karwar Port handles 92% of petroleum or liquid bulk traffic. In terms of tech and security operations, we are happy to announce that recently installation of firefighting equipment has been done in Karwar Port at an estimated cost of 19 crores. This is because lot of cargo is in the form of liquid bulk and petroleum. Also, in terms of security and safety, we have AI system, which is automatic identification of ship, radars, and VHF and radio communications. Further, we have fleet of dedicated pilot and tugboats for seamless berthing. So a brief on ISPIS compliance journey of Karwar Port. So basically it started with in 2005 that security, ports facility security assessment officially was conducted by RS, and then in 23-24 it was successfully completed and updated with MMD Mangalore. Again, on November 2025, PESO has granted official permission for commissioning the augmented firefighting facility for handling Class B petroleum products. So what is the institutional framework that we have deployed? So there are three frameworks that we have made. One is Port Security Authority, then is a advisory committee, then there are multi-agency coordination. In Port Security Authority, we have Port Officer of Karwar, who is a designated PSA, Port Security Authority, which ensures that there is a direct chain of command and rapid decision making can be done at any critical juncture. Then there is an advisory committee. Advisory committee has been formally established, and the body oversees whatever the compliances and conducts and periodic reviews that are there. Further, multi-agency coordination in terms with IRS and Mercantile Maritime Department is undertaken by these committees only. Second is Old Mangalore Port Authority. In terms of tech and security, recently we have deployed armed security. Also 16 CCTV have been installed with the speed dome and RFID pass system as well has been created. Further, in terms of parameter wall fencing is already in place. Again, what are the journey which we have taken for ISPS compliance for Old Mangalore Port? Started in 2022 as per the circular of then DG Shipping and now DGMA, which mandated for a PFSAC. We have undertaken that with IRS and now are in the advanced stages of forming those. Again, in terms of security framework, we have Port Security Authority, which is a PFSO. They have also undergone training in Rashtriya Raksha University, which is in Gujarat, to enhance their security readiness. Further, Port PFSE committee has been made under the Director of Ports, Karwar. Also, we have been coordinating with the local police for QRT, which is a quick response team, with Deputy Commissioner, City Armed Reserves of Mangalore for firefighting. Further, currently we are dependent on municipal fire stations. Establishment of independent port firefighting is under progress. What are the challenges that we have faced and we would want this to be highlighted. One is the zonal transition. Especially in case of Karwar port, we had to ensure ISPS code, and it necessitated that relocation of existing fishing activities from the designated ISPS compliant areas, which pose a significant challenge to us, and through stakeholder management and consultation, we could overcome that. Second is emergency infrastructure. As I mentioned, in Old Mangalore Port, we are heavily reliant on municipal authority for firefighting cases. Third is coastal traffic. Managing and intercepting unauthorized local fishing vessels have been one of the challenges that we are currently tackling. The best practices that we have adopted, one is the PFSC, which I have highlighted already. Second is the single point port security authority, which is the port officers. Then in form of physical security, we have RFID access control, CCTV, we have VHF, we have dedicated pilot and duck fleets. In terms of crisis management, we have IMO level 1 oil spill readiness, on-site response equipment are present, and we are coordinating with multi-agency authorities in terms of MMD, IRS and PESO. For capacity building, as mentioned, we have already, the training officials of the Old Mangalore Port have been trained in Rashtriya Raksha University, and which is equivalent to a refresher training to Karwar personnel. Then QRT and Dog Squad readiness in Mangalore area. What are the lessons that we have learnt through this journey, the whole process of ISPS compliance and security, is that a single port officer as the port security authority establishes a clear chain of command, and which helps in getting the day-to-day task and compliances in place. Further, proactive multi-agency coordination, since the Old Mangalore Port is within the city only, is not outside the city. We have coordinated with MMD, we have coordinated with DC Mangalore and other authorities to ensure that the port is functioning. What are the recommendations that Karnataka Maritime Board gives in this gathering is we would want an integrated smart surveillance which will leverage AI-enabled CCTV, drone-based surveillance and RFID access-based control. We would be happy to hear from other participants and other maritime boards and other dignitaries on these aspects. Further, independent emergency response units should be established for firefighting and for other critical management aspects of the port. One another thing which we do want to highlight a lot is dedicated ISPS security fund. We would request DGMA to create a dedicated funding mechanism for state and national levels to support implementation of critical ISPS infrastructure. And last would be, as in the stage of AI, we would want AI-enabled port performance dashboard. All these compliances are on paper and it takes a lot of time. If a dashboard, a singular dashboard for all maritime boards, all major ports and all private players can be created, it will be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, and also may I request Srimati Suvarna, Director and Member of Port Maritime and Land Water Transport Operations, to join us on stage. And in order to present the memento, may I request Captain Vikram Singh Manas, sir, please to join us on stage and please help us with the memento presentation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There should be the louder round of applause. So please wait for us for a minute, and may I request Mr. Vasu, sir, please to join us on stage. And a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful presentation as well. Sri Vasudeva, Advisor Karnataka Maritime Board. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Now we will quickly proceed towards the Kerala Maritime Board. And in order to present the presentation, may I request Commandant Sri Kumar Gopalakrishnan, Retired Port Security Coordinator, Kerala Maritime Board, to address the gathering. Can we welcome the wonderful, wonderful gentlemen on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Commandant Sri Kumar, retired from Indian Coast Guard and presently Port Security Coordinator of Kerala Maritime Board. I shall take you through the Kerala Maritime Board view about the subject of ISPS and implementation strategy. State of Kerala has 18 notified major ports under the jurisdiction of Kerala Maritime Board, out of which only 6 of them are doing any business, functional ports. 4 of them are under Kerala Maritime Board. One is, as you all know, the Adani International, Vizhinjam International Seaport Limited, which is on PPP model, and one inland container terminal, which is the Kottayam Port, which also handles cargo. These only 6 ports are having this security arrangement in place as of now and are functional. Institutional arrangement of Kerala Maritime Board is as per the Director General Maritime Administrator instructions. The port security committees have been created. Multi-agency coordination among all stakeholders, port, Indian Navy, Coast Guard, Customs, Immigration and Security agencies. PFSOs at each ISPS port, which means the ports I mentioned earlier which are doing business. Security arrangements in different ports. I shall rush through this slide. As you can see, most of them are non-functional, non-operational. My recommendation, I shall come in towards the end of my presentation. Kerala, the security is presently being undertaken by KEXCON, which is a PSU under the state government of Kerala. Ex-servicemen are manning the security infrastructure. The implementation strategy by KMB is shown as in the slide. The standard guidelines we are adopting from the Director General Maritime Administration instructions. And as the earlier speakers mentioned, the MHA guidelines are there now, assigning CISF as the recognized security organization. We have held discussions with SISF. I have personally met the ADG SISF, and we have forwarded a formal request regarding audit and as well as SISF cover for the Kerala ports. There is a unique status. Kerala Maritime Board is behind most of the state maritime boards, as you can see, like the established ports. The Kerala Maritime Board Act had come up only in 2017, and the board started functioning somewhere in 2019. So most of the ports, the security, and it's in the nascent stage of the first ISPS certification itself we received in 23. So you can see how nascent stage the security developments are in Kerala ports. Apart from that, NSG audit has also been completed. That was completed in November last year. And the ADGP state government has forwarded a report of NSG audit. That report also we are processing. SISF, towards the SISF proposal, we are undertaking a SISF audit as pilot project in the ports of Kollam and Beypore. Kerala Maritime Board will have to adopt this enhancement procedures in a phased manner. The main crux is, as some speaker has mentioned here, the availability of the funds. We have to ensure the fund flow. Therefore, we have decided to take up this enhancement upgrade in security scenario in phases. I'll show the slides of our, the proposal and how we are going to take it up in phases. For core operational areas, as a part of the hybrid security scenario, SISF will be manning, and the KEX and security as well as the PSAs will be taking care of the non-core operational area. This is a phase one which we were mentioning. We have approximately spaced in a span of 3 months. Initially, as I said, as a pilot project, Kollam and Beypore will be covering. Phase 2, we will be covering the Kovalam, Virinjam port and Azhikal ports. They are already ISPS compliant, but still from the infrastructure point of view, they are behind Kollam and Beypore, and also in terms of doing business. Phase 3, we will be taking off the further functional ports, but not doing much of business. That is Kottayam. Kottayam is doing business. It is an inland port, inland terminal, and Alappuzha, Kodungalur. Alappuzha is a port which is handling the business of inland vessels. Maritime operations are not there at Alappuzha port. Botakara, Kasaragod, Valiyathura, Ponani, these places KMB has got assets but no port activity. Phase 4 will be covering these Manjeshwaram, Neeleshwaram, Kozhikode, Kayangulam, etc. Handing over security to CISF and SISF, our objective is, as I said, to identify the security gaps and structural modifications required. And focus area will be manpower, access control, surveillance, integration, emergency response, coordination protocols, and cost-benefit analysis. This is likely to start next month, the audit. Challenges faced, this is very important as far as KMB is concerned. So, limited budgetary allocation is a point in question. So, mitigation will be, we will, as I mentioned, the phases which I have shown, we will be taking up in phases to face the budget crunch. And leveraging central schemes also is another aspect where we can successfully negotiate these budgetary requirements and prioritizing high-risk areas. Manpower and expertise, the mitigation strategy is through training programs, MOUs with RSOs and academies, and cross-port knowledge sharing, and one of which is presently happening here itself. Coordination complexity, multiple agencies with overlapping mandates, which already has come through in our previous presentations. Clear SOPs are required, regular security committee meetings, joint exercises. Fishing presence, personally on-site inspections, I have come across this. This is a serious thing to be addressed as far as our state is concerned. We have harbors, ports co-located with fishing harbors. We have also minor ports where the access of fishing boat is through the same channel. So there what I have observed, gentlemen and ladies, is that we need to adopt a different strategy from the, whatever we have discussed. Proactive measures may not be successful in these harbors. These places, reactive measures only will be successful initially. Proactive measures, implementation of our textbook model is not going to be successful in such ports where we are co-located with the fishing activity. That is my primary observation once I visited these ports. Transition to SISF coverage of security, we are planning in such. Rationale is SISF can provide a uniform security standards, which we are not having at present. Scalability, as traffic grows, I said many of the ports are not doing business, so slowly we can enhance, or we can begin from the ports where business is there, and then transferring the manpower in the next phase and the subsequent phases to the other ports. Accountability will be there. As of now, we don't have a single point accountability. So once SISF takes over, there will be accountability for eventualities. Way forward, we have, as of now, in the MHA list as well as the DGMA list, we have 18 ports. But to the scale of security requirement, KMB will not be able to manage security coverage at these 18 ports. One reason is that though the name port is there, most of the places some assets are there, but absolutely no way to cordon off these ports. And we need to denotify these ports. So that proposal we are taking up separately. Initially, we'll be taking it up with state government for denotifying. Otherwise, to the scale of security, as our security infrastructure grows, we will have difficulty in maintaining these ports to that level of security where we warrant, or ISPS, or whatever standard protocol security measure. Keep it up to that standard, it will be difficult. Therefore, KMB will be denotifying some of these ports where absolutely no business is going to take place, or we not even in the horizon we have any chance of developing into a working port. We'll be completing security audit pilot project at Kollam and Bepur, as I said already. A statewide port security framework for SISF deployment will be there across all non-major ports. Enhanced technology, of course, many speakers have already said that. Slowly we'll be hugging technological advances and advanced measures. And training ecosystem will be strengthened by using expertise in-house as well as from outside agencies. So with this, I conclude that. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Now may I request Captain Nitin, sir, please to join us on stage in order to present the token of gratitude for the wonderful presentation. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, thank you so much. Afterwards, we will quickly proceed towards the Odisha Maritime Board. In order to present Odisha, we have Shri NBS Rajput, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Commerce and Transport Department and Chairman, Odisha Maritime Board, to address the gathering. Can we welcome him with the loudest round of applause? Can we do this, everybody? Thank you very much. So, sir is not here, so we have Captain Shashank back. Sir, all over to you. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, sir. Respected all senior officials from DGMA, major ports, state maritime boards, other government various agencies. It's my privilege to represent Odisha Maritime Board at National Port Security Conference 2026. Just for information, sir, OMB is the latest maritime board that was formed in 2022. And with effect of 1st April 2026, the existing department, Port and Inland Transport of Government of Orissa has merged with Orissa Maritime Board. So 1st April 2026, we are the full-fledged Orissa Maritime Board repenting. This is something else. Excuse me, can I get? This is not fine. Please. Please. Back. One. Yes. Orissa, the principal maritime state situated in the eastern coast of India, has a coastline of 571.71 kilometer out of Indian total coastline length 1109.81. Now, Paradip Port is the only major port in the state of Orissa, and we have 2 non-major port operationals, and 2 are in the pipeline, and one captive jetty under construction. Government of Orissa has already identified this 14 potential websites, and out of that, Subarnarekha and Astaranga port are under the development. A captive jetty is under also the development at Jatadirmohan. Now, status of implementation of ISPS code. Both OAB ports are fully compliant with international ship and port facility code requirements. Port facility assessment and port facility security plan are implemented and periodically reviewed. Both ports have valid statement of compliance of a port facility stood under the provision of ISPS code. Regular ISPS drills, PFSC, as per the DGMA circular 0402 is being carried out. Now, this is what you have discussed in the morning session also by Captain sir regarding this DGMA circular. And the CSF technical wing will be the RSO to undertake a review, PFSC and PFSA with provisions of ISPS. So we shall comply accordingly. Now, regarding this BOPS, what you have discussed this morning session also, MOP notification 27 June 2026 under section 13 of Merchant Shipping Act 2025 constituted the security of vessels and port securities to be called as BOPS. So will we also be complying once it is in place. This is the existing port security measures and practices. As you can see, the few practices what is being followed in OMB ports. They are using metal detector, doing a check at the port entrance. A ID card is being checked, and also a dog leg mirror is being checked for the vehicle while a vehicle is coming at the entrance. Same for the best practice what you use, a metal detector, and there is a map is there, and the ID card is being checked, and even those vehicles are also being checked while coming out of it. Now, what are the best practices being adopted? If you say risk-based security management, periodic review of the PFSP, regular internal security of the audits, enhanced stakeholder coordinations, improved visitor management systems, greater use of digital reporting, and continuous monitoring and corrections of action points. Now, capacity building, training, and security awareness initiative undertaken. Regular ISPS training programs at port employees and security personnel. Security awareness sessions for contractors, vendors, and port users of both OMB ports. Tabletop exercises will be carried out, similar to the mock drills also for emergency preparedness. Now, as this part of BOPS and the hybrid mode of security, both our OMB ports have started sending their security personnel to CISF wing of Paradip. The first batch has already taken the training. That's why 25 security personnel have undergoing the security training for Paradip Port conducted by the CSF technical wing. OMB ports have a plan to cover a total of all security plans for the training as per the DGMA circular number 3 of 2026 dated 0202-2026. Now, lessons learned from the implementation. Continuous vigilance is essential for the effective port security. Regular training, awareness significantly improve the preparedness. Coordination among port users, security agencies enhance incident response and capability. Periodic review and improvement of security plans are vital to address the emerging threats. The key lessons learned from the implementation, as you can see, a security person is standing when the vessel is there in port. A security person is there 24/7. That's the picture there. And this is another a picture has been shown there. After a training sessions, a briefing has been carried out. So continuous vigilance is essential for effective port security. Regular training and awareness significantly improve preparedness. Coordination among port users, security agencies enhances incident response and capability. Periodic review and improvement of security plans are vital to address emerging threats. Now, significant achievements, innovations, or case studies relevant to port security: enhance security culture and awareness, integrated surveillance infrastructure, strengthened waterside security, security drill and emergency preparedness. Now, both our ports are established strong coordination with the government, various government agencies, Indian Coast Guard, Customs Department, Immigration Authorities, Marine Police, Fishery Department, local district administration. This approach has significantly enhanced the maritime domain awareness, emergency response capability, and regulatory compliance. Suggestions and recommendations for strengthening port security and ISPS compliance: strengthen access control measures, improve waterside security, regular security and training and drills, strengthen cyber security. This is what we have morning also. This session was there on AI and the enhance visitor and contractor management, foster a strong security culture, and compliances of the new thing, merchant shipping, ships and port security to 2026 and BOPS. Now, Odisha Maritime Board remains committed to maintain ISPS standards as per DGMA and MOP SW guidelines, ensuring safe, secure, and resilient maritime trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Now, may I request Captain Azaz, sir, please to join us on stage and help us in order to present the token of gratitude. Thank you very much. And after this, we will quickly proceed towards the state of Goa. In order to present the state of Goa, may I request Sri Octavio, Captain of Ports, Government of Goa, please to join us on stage. Can we welcome him, ladies and gentlemen?
The presentation.
Greetings to all of you from the Captain of Ports Department, Government of Goa, and I thank DGMA for welcoming here. As you all know about Goa, it's a very tiny state, but I'm going to just brief you about the ISPS and the security of our maritime ports. We have around 5 non-major ports, of which only one is functional, that is the Panaji port. And it is an ISPS compliant port. Since 2005, we are compliant with ISPS, and SOC has been issued to us. And
The Panaji port is an anchorage port where the EXIM cargo trade takes place, and it is having around 65 kilometers inside stretch and around 9 nautical miles out in the sea. It was basically activated in the year 1996 mostly for the export of iron ore. The status and activities of the Panaji port. There is no cargo jetty or wharf because it is an anchorage port. All the cargo loading and unloading facility takes place out in the hinterlands. Okay, and at anchorage by transshipment it is been shipped on the mother vessels. But at present, since 2012, the port, there is no EXIM cargo trade taking place because of mining ban in Goa. Besides, we have our R&D, river navigation section, where around 36 ferry boats, they provide facilities to all the passengers to cross the rivers. And we have one fishing jetty, a harbor over there, where all the local fishing trawlers are using it. River banks in the port area is mostly residential houses and some commercial buildings. Present security at the Panaji port. We have got RFID-based visitor management and RFID-enabled employee identification and facial recognition access control, handheld metal detectors, door frame, under-vehicle mirrors, and X-ray baggage scanners. Integrated CCTV network, around 53. We have got a new terminal building which has been just inaugurated by the Union Minister himself. And in that we have around some 53 cameras, around 16 cameras covering the old building of our department, and around 14 cameras monitoring the Panaji jetty. And integrated 8 cameras at the ISPS jetty at Bitona. High performance PTZ cameras with an operational range of approximately 300 meters, which covers the waterfront and also the approaches to the port. The Port Security Advisory Committee, we have this Port Security Advisory Committee, and it includes the District Disaster Management Authority, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, Intelligence Bureau, Goa Police, Coastal Security Police, Anti-Terrorist Squad, Bomb Squad, Fire Emergency Services, Port Health Organization, and other stakeholders. Emergency response capability is strengthened. Local police station is located approximately around 500 meters from our main jetty. Coastal security police stations around 1.5 kilometers and fire emergency around 1.5 kilometer, enabling rapid mobilization during security incidents, accidents, or natural disasters. And regular mock drills and coordinated exercises have been held regularly after every quarterly. The department maintains dedicated marine assets, including we have a high-speed patrol boat, a tugboat, a Tier 1 pollution response boat, and our control room is equipped by 24/7, fully equipped with automatic identification system, marine communication system, and 24-hour security personnel deployed around the clock. Also, a structured framework of SOPs in place, port facility security plan, the crisis management plan, the contingency plan, defining responsibilities of the terrorist threats, bomb threats, fire, vessel collision, grounding, oil pollution incidents, natural disaster, evacuation, etc. Now the non-major ports, the 4 non-major ports, they are mostly non-functional, but they are having fishing harbors. So there are no cargo jetties or wharfs over there for loading and unloading of cargo. no storage facilities or office premises as such. There is a concrete floating jetty of the coastal police. But all these four non-major ports, the security is not compromised. We have got marine coastal police stations over there just at the mouth of all these ports. In future, we are going to have a vessel traffic management system for all these non-major ports at the mouth, entrance approaches to these ports. Now, way forward, a vessel traffic management system. This we are going to incorporate in the functional port, that is the Panaji port. Also, it will be able to cover up the coast of Goa, and this VTPMS is a totally an advanced VTMS system, which we ourselves with our own experience have made the DPR, incorporating all the state-of-art equipments, and it is one of a very special DPR which will be vetted by IIT and we will be incorporating it very soon. Approval is already been taken. Its cost is around 55 CR. And in this, we will be also incorporating not the old conventional radars of magnetron and all. No. This will be all SSDs, which will have a range of almost around 35 kilometers right inside the sea for surveillance. Also, we will be incorporating long-range CCTV cameras, PTZ cameras, which will extend right up to 15 kilometers out in the sea. With almost around 10 kilometers, we will be able to see the vessel name, number, everything. Also, we will be having drone surveillance system incorporated in this VTPMS system. AI-based, these drones also have a range to go right up to 15 kilometers out in the sea, and also above 1,000 meters height, from where around 6 kilometers they will be able to identify a vessel which is there in the waters. So this system, which will be totally AI-based, and it's a one of a kind, incorporating all the others, like even in Singapore, other states, other countries. And this DPR also is made in that way, and it's already been approved. And we are going to do the first phase now within this year. So this will take care of all, even the rogue vessels, the vessels which are pouring out oil while passing through the Arabian Sea, and also fishing vessels who are going to do the LED fishing. Everything will be identified. So this feed also will be given to the Coast Guard, Navy, our coastal police and police, this thing, along with the department. Also, I have now some few points to put up here. Our Panaji port is an ISPS compliant port, but our SOC has been expired. It's not expired, but it's been renewed. Now the last is September 30th. We have been handheld by our DGMA. They have considered our request. Now we have already have the assessment of our port facility done through IRS. Already the assessment is completed, and they are now forming the plan. So now there is a little confusion with this. CISF has come into picture. So now what is our status? We will be getting this SOC, yes or no? On when? Because after the expiry of, then we cannot function as an ex-im port. So our port will be defunct. So, sir, I request, whatever it is, whatever the stand which is taken, see, security is a must. Security is a must. The national security is a must. But in that, we should not suffer. So we have done the civil work, everything, because our new plan has to be put in place and new civil this thing has to be constructed. So now we request the government, either we have one BOPS in place. So can this CISF, okay, without compromising anything, can be added into BOPS? So this is what we want, instead of having a separate, and a plan, assessment plan is done by IRS, then again by CISF. So why not we incorporate whatever is the excess, whatever is additional into the same thing? So this is my request, in which our government, our port should not suffer. That is one of the requests which I have just put it across. Also, there is one more thing which I want to show is, in Goa, we have never compromised on the security. Even though the ports, there are ports, 4 ports which are non-functional, because we have got a vast coastline of around 195 kilometers. So now in this, even the Coast Guard, they have been a helping hand here. And also our coastal police all come together along with our department, the Captain of Ports Department, also Fisheries Department, and we train and carry out the training for all the fishing communities for the security purpose. This has been ongoing. And also, the last point which I want to address is very important, is the security patrol boats. Earlier, there was a scheme, Coastal Security Scheme 1, whereby there were many boats which were given to all the states, the coastal security. In Goa, we had around some 5 or 6 boats of 5 tons and around 3 boats of 12 tons for the Coastal Security Police. But all these boats are totally not functional. They are now become a scrap. So now, if we want to advance the security, why not this scheme? Why not we are getting these boats again? So I am requesting the government to give us some fund for acquiring these boats again, so that whatever is the dream vision of our country, dream vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, we have to be secured. We have to really go forward and be secured without compromising any KPIs of any of the ports. So this is what I request from our side. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you so much for such an interesting session. May I request Captain Azhar, sir, please to join us on stage and help us to felicitate with token of gratitude. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome. So, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And now let's quickly proceed towards Andaman and Nicobar Island. And it's time to welcome on stage Captain Pramod Kumar Gautam. Please help me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's after the lunch segment, but they all are distinguished speakers coming from different states just for all of us. So I think it's our duty to make them feel very special while coming on stage. Can we have the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Sir, all over to you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll not take your much time. I'll just briefly go towards this PPT. Yeah. This Andaman Nicobar Islands is a combination of 836 islands. Out of those 836 islands, there 32 islands are inhabited, and this is having a coastline approximately 1,962 kilometers, which is 750 nautical miles away from the mainland of India, and roughly 90 miles nautical away from the states of Malacca. In Andaman and Nicobar, we have 24 ports. Out of that, one is declared as a major port, that is Galatia Bay, and 33 minor ports. And as I have mentioned in this slide, that is distributed into 3 major districts like North and Middle Andaman districts, South Andaman district, and Nicobar district. And we have 10 ports have port control towers, and rest all are 3 exim ports and 3 ISPS compliance ports are already there. Out of that, 1 is having a statement of compliance. These 6 ports are the anchorage ports. They are only having islands. They are not having any jetties or any port structure. Here are 10 ports which is having infrastructures, and these are probably functional ports, and all these are going on with the assessment as per security from CISF, and very soon we will be all of them will be the ISPS compliance ports. These 6 ports are having only the jetty. This is directly open to the sea. This normally has been used by the local public there. There's a one port which is we are using it for the ship-to-ship transshipment. That is called Port Meadows, which is only the coordinates are available as per this navigation chart, which are shown here. And these all ports as well all islands are secured with the help of 3 walls: Port Marine Police, Indian Coast Guards, and Indian Navy. This internal security audits, as per the ISPS guidelines, is already covered up, and report is already submitted to DG Shipping. DG Shipping has already directed to the CISF to complete the assessment and issue the port PFSP. There's 8 teams are constituted by the CISF, and out of them 2 are already arrived to Andaman, which already started the work. These 10 ports which are completely functional, where we have a port communication towers, these are the equipments which presently we are having. And to strengthen this, very soon we are going to establish a VTMS also with the help of DGLL. Thank you with this.
Thank you very much, sir. I request you please stay with us on stage just for a moment. All right, Azad sir, please join us on stage and help us to felicitate sir. Thank you very much, sir. And meanwhile, we will quickly proceed towards the Lakshadweep Maritime. And from Lakshadweep, we will have Sri Avinash Singh, Additional District Magistrate, Lakshadweep, to share Lakshadweep's experiences and initiatives in port security ISPS implementation. Join me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Sri Avinash Singh.
Good evening to all the dignitaries, senior officers, and distinguished delegates. I am Avinash Singh, currently serving as Additional District Magistrate, Lakshadweep. My presentation today will focus on existing port infrastructure, security arrangements, and the ongoing process of strengthening our port facility security framework. Before discussing the security arrangement, I would like to briefly place Lakshadweep's maritime environment in perspective. Our UT comprises of 36 islands with a very small land area, that is 32 square kilometer. But when it comes to maritime domain, we have approximately 20,000 square kilometers of territorial waters and about 4 lakh square kilometers of exclusive economic zone. When it comes to location, and if we compare, like if we see the distance from mainland, so it is approximately 220 to 440 kilometers from the west coast of Kerala and Karnataka. So if we see the southern end of the Lakshadweep, that is we have Minicoy Island, it is approximately 394 kilometers from Kochi. And when we go towards the northern edge, we have Kiltan Island, that is approximately 256 kilometers from Mangalore. So maritime connectivity is not merely an economic or transportation issue. So basically it's a lifeline for all the islanders. So port security in Lakshadweep, it has a dual objective. First, to secure the maritime interface, and second, to ensure that security measures do not compromise the continuity of essential connectivity. All the ports in Lakshadweep are categorized as non-major ports. So all the islands, all the inhabited islands, they are categorized as non-major ports. So it has been mentioned from Agati to Minicoy, all are non-major ports. And despite like all the islands, but they are not similar. So they differ in terms of their location, physical configuration, vessel interface, and supporting infrastructure. So when we talk about present port infrastructure, so we have divided into 4 parts. First is breakwater, second is deep water jetties, that is eastern jetties. Third is shallow water jetties, which we call western jetties, since it's on the western side. And fourth, we have mooring buoys. So like if we see some of the islands like Kavaratti and Minicoy, they have both eastern jetties and western jetties. And when we talk of breakwater, so we have breakwaters in only 2 islands, that is Androth and Kalpeni. So this variation is very important from security perspective because the physical configuration of a port determines the nature of its ship-shore interface, access point, passenger movement, cargo movement, and restricted areas. Coming to the present security apparatus, I would like to highlight that security arrangements are already in place both at the mainland gateway, that is Kochi, and at the island facilities. So we have a dedicated Lakshadweep wharf in Kochi, and this passenger terminal is manned by CISF. The luggage is screened through XBIS scanners, and the cargo being transported from Kochi to the island is also screened. At the island level, we have notified in all the islands port facility security officers, so they are the nodal person there. In addition, XBIS scanners have been deployed in 5 out of the 10 inhabited islands, and we are also, by this October, we will have in all the 10 islands XBIS scanners. At the same time, the security architecture do not operate in isolation, so wherever necessary, we take assistance from Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard. So coming to the ongoing security measures, which is very important. So we are planning towards a more systematic, risk-based and formally documented port facility security framework. So this port facility security assessment is currently being undertaken by October 2026. We will formulate our PFSA. The purpose of PFSA is to systematically examine the security environment of the facility identify relevant threats and vulnerabilities, assess the adequacy of existing security measures, and identify area where additional measures may be required. So this will be followed by our port facility security plan. And the important distinction between this PFSA and PFSP is that PFSA identifies and assesses the risk, but this PFSP, it translates that assessment into an actionable security framework. So our objective is to develop a proportionate and risk-based security architecture rather than applying a one-size-fits-all approach. So coming to the last part, our focus is on strengthening the existing arrangements through four broad priorities. So first is risk-based security, followed by strengthening physical and technological security. Third is capacity building and exercise. And fourth is interagency coordination. So we look forward to learn from the experience of other coastal states, port authorities, Navy, Coast Guard, and other stakeholders represented here today, and to further strengthen our Lakshadweep integration with the national maritime security architecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Azasa please to join us once again, and please do join us. Let's have a warm welcome for sir, and let's say thank you. And also thank you to all our distinguished representatives from the State of Maritime Boards for sharing their valuable experiences and best practices. Can we have the loudest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? To all the distinguished representatives, their presentations have highlighted the collective efforts being undertaken across the country to strengthen maritime security and port governance. So let's have one collective round of applause for all the distinguished representatives of the State Maritime Boards for sharing their valuable experiences and best practices. Thank you so much. Now let's quickly proceed towards the next segment of this day, that is cyber security in ports. In order to talk more about this particular topic, we have Shri Avinash S. Vaze, Senior Surveyor, Indian Register of Shipping, IRS. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome with the loudest round of applause. And also I request everybody, the way we are welcoming our speakers, it has to be a little more energetic so that they feel energized on the stage, and it should be a great and wonderful session. Let's welcome Shri Avinash ji.
Next slide. Okay. Good evening, all distinguished guests. And on onset, I thank DGMA for providing IRS opportunity to present this session. So, since morning we are talking about implementing security features with IoT and more of cameras and sensors. So that is the reason why cyber risk is actually going to increase, because increased use of CBS, that is computer-based systems, and connectivity into the port operations or ships operations is actually increasing the probability of a cyber attack. And why and what type of cyber threat these systems can face? Typically a denial of service attack or data breach, supply chain or third-party attack, phishing or social engineering, ransomware, GNSS jamming, unauthorized access to port or ship system. GNSS jamming is one thing nowadays because of conflict zones. This is very common, where GNSS signals are either denied or manipulated signals are received by the ships. And who are the threat actors when you're talking about cyber threats? These are typically organized crimes who are looking for money, terrorists, extremists, state-sponsored actors are also there nowadays, and insider threat also. The threat is not always external. It can be internal also. Unsatisfied employee or somebody who can indulge into such activity. But in current scenario, cyber attack is one of the tools to damage the economy of the adversary nations. So what are the possible systems which can get disrupted or operation can get disrupted. One of them is safety of navigation can be disrupted, financial losses because of delays and other time waste, threat to the environment, then reputation damage, delay in cargo handling, safety of crew, passenger and cargo, and domino effect on allied industries. Imagine LNG terminal is compromised. So it is feeding gas to the nearby thermal power station. So actually impact is not limited to that port, but it is cascading to the allied industries also. So what are the possible vulnerabilities when you are talking about cyber threats? These are the common things which we have come across. These are inadequate access control or network security, lack of network segregation when you cross over your IT and OT networks, inadequate cyber security capability of the system because the components, they do not have inherent security capabilities, then they are not going to serve that purpose of cyber security to you. Outdated OS, lack of cyber security awareness, inadequate backup and recovery, and legacy equipment. In ports, the last one is most important because imagine a computer system which is installed say 10 or 15 years ago when the cyber security was not considered as a threat. So those systems are inherently not designed keeping in mind the cyber threat. So in port operations, the legacy equipments are one thing you must worry about. So typical when you are talking about network on board or on ports also, higher the surface area, your risk of cyber attack is increasing. Now we can see in the slide, there are 2-3 attacks. If one of them also pass through your weak system, it can have effect on your overall operation. So whenever you have designing any system or your existing system, please look for the access points. Higher the access point, higher is the risk. And for ports, obviously we have heard since morning the ISPS code, which is applicable to the port security. But inherently it is considered only as a physical security. However, in the code itself, it covers the asset to be considered electrical distribution, radio, telecommunications, and computer systems. So actually the code is asking you to look for the security of those assets, not only the physical security, but the otherwise also. So when you are considering PFSA, the risk assessment should include these items, and the cyber risk, it should be considered when you are doing that risk assessment. Because asset only physical security is not enough. For example, if you remember a couple of years ago, in France, certain government department, the fiber network was sabotaged by antisocial element, strategically, bringing down certain departments for a couple of hours. So if you have a network within the port, the security of that cable, data cables also is part of your security, because if imagine a container port is down for 2 hours, it will pile up containers, it will pile up ships. Okay? So when you are doing risk assessment, please consider these parts also. And on ships, nowadays this cyber security is more relevant because if somebody who has sailed in 1980s or 90s, the ship systems are mostly standalone, and once the ship leaves the port, there is no connectivity between ship and the outside world. But nowadays, this is what it is. On the left-hand side, you can see the ship system, they are all integrated, and through satellite connectivity, they are connected to shore. For various stakeholders, like OEM wants to do some remote maintenance, because nowadays OEM doesn't send engineers at a first call. They try to check or find out the route remotely, and if they can fix it remotely by advising the ship staff, they try to do that first. So remote connectivity to the OEM or the yard during the guarantee period claims, or the manager, or performance monitoring. So there are n number of reasons why all data from the ship is nowadays going to the shore. That is increasing the exposure. So for the ship cyber security, there are two paths. Like MSC 428 says that you have to cover your cyber risk management through ISM. So there is one part, wherein the class part, nowadays IACS, that is International Association of Classification Societies, that is Unified Requirement E26 and E27, prescribe requirements for the vessels which are contracted to build after 1st July 24. So these are rules which will make those vessels cyber resilient. But with regards to IMO, there's a FAR circular which actually tells you to identify the cyber risk, protect the shipboard equipments against identified risk, detect the cyber incidents, reporting is most important, because cyber incident in the shipping industry, they are not widely reported. That doesn't mean the incidents are not happening. Probably for sake of protecting the reputation, people are not reporting, probably. But if you report, you'll be able to improve. And you must know how, if some incident happens, you must know how to recover from that situation. And for the ship purpose, UR E26 gives the requirements for the ship level cyber resilience, wherein the demonstration compliance is starting from the design phase. When the ship is, the planning is done of the vessel, you have to consider cyber risk resilience into that. Then the construction phase, wherein you select certain components with certain security capabilities. Then commissioning phase, the surveyor will verify whether the ship design is as per the plan and the components selected meet the minimum security requirement or not. And operational phase, the owner or the manager has to maintain those systems, and during the annual surveys, the same will be verified. So, for E26, basically what the rule requirement says that onboard system, if it is there's an onboard network, you have to bifurcate into different zones. And you can see there are, say, DMZ, that demilitarized zone, or your zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, which can be different zone. But if you see, they are connected amongst them through a firewall. So ensuring that if something going wrong in one zone, the other zones can be protected from that malicious-ware. And E27 is more of a component level security. Inherent, there are 30 requirements which are to be met at the design level of that component. Typical computer-based systems are your power management system, main engine control system, or generator control system, or boiler control systems. And there are additional 11 requirements are there if your computer-based system is connected to the outside world, that is internet directly. Then the additional 11 requirements are there. And the E27, they have divided the requirements into 6 type of requirements, because it is not considering only the external threat, it is considering the insider threat also. That's why the first point you see, the protect against casual or coincidental access, because ship crew inadvertently or maybe with some malintention can do something wrong. So you should give access to that user as per his role only. If a watchkeeper is accessing that system, he should have access to do his function, not the chief engineer rights to be given to him. Similarly, once he gives, you are given that access, what type of work he can do. And the integrity of CBS must be maintained at all times, and it should not disclose the information which is not to be shown to the outside party. So that undisclosed information is also given into that, one of the control is for that. And monitor CBS operation and respond to incident. So system should give you certain alarms if something is going wrong, and it shall maintain minimum workable position even after the incident. So these type of requirements are given. There are total 30, but those 30 are divided into these 6 groups. And there are certain technologies which basically more for the port, which can be useful to prevent something going wrong. First is your security information event management, which the system, this will always monitor your network activity about the volume, who is accessing, what is accessed. Then above that you can put something like intrusion detection system, which is basically first gate for somebody to come inside. And if at that level, if some unsuspiciously large activity or malicious software is detected, the system can either isolate or give alarm. So you have to use what type of system you introduce, whether it's only the prevention or detection. So that is up to the designer to decide. Then zero trust architecture, something which for every login, it will not trust any machine as a valid machine. So every time you plug in something, every time person goes there, he has to authenticate himself either by his own authentication, or you can have a multi-factor authentication like internet banking. You log in into your system, but for transacting you require OTP. So you can consider something like multi-factor authentication also. And Internet of Things security is important because nowadays most of the modern ports, like they depend on like movement of containers, movement of vehicles within the port, occupancy of the port, location of the ports, tugs, what they are doing, or performance of the conveyor belt or the cargo system or loading pumps. So everything is sensed by some sensor and is taken into your system by way of some means of communication, either by Wi-Fi or it is coming through cloud. But moment you go out and come inside, if that sensor is inherently not secured, if it can be manipulated, then what data you're getting at your control is not valid. It may show that all berths are occupied. Somebody can manage to go into that system. So it will appear, although the port is not fully occupied, the system will show it is occupied. So Internet of Things is good to improve performance, efficiency, everything. But what type of sensor you use, what type of security features those sensors have is most important, so that what data you get is authenticate. And incident reporting. So type of incident what you consider in port or ship, like physical breach, data breach, network security breach, or the component system is compromised. So for that, every port or even ships, in ISM the ship is expected to have a policy and a plan for reporting. So basically you should know how to handle the incident, what to report, whom to report. You must identify the resources who will be responsible for incident, something going wrong, how to react to it, and conducting drills. Because this is a new feature, the existing ship staff may not be so efficient about this activity. So you have to train them for that particular function. So measure to strengthen the cyber security of ports. For example, the first thing is for legacy system you must do gap analysis. Unless you do gap analysis, you will not come to know what are your weaknesses. And unless you know your weakness, you cannot identify the measures to control that weakness. Implementing, mitigating, once you do the gap analysis, identify your weakness and try to patch those weaknesses. Replacement of legacy equipments, because legacy equipments is a problem because they are not designed for any cyber security. So that's highly recommended that if the system is very critical to your operation and it is a legacy equipment, please consider of replacing. And when you are replacing, at least get some certified equipment. Like for system, there is an IC standard and there are component, there are certain IC standards. So as per your risk profile, you must select, typically these standards give you security level 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is the highest. So as per your security profile, please select the appropriate level what you think it is required for your system. Implement network monitoring and detection systems. Identify core team. That is most important, because if something going wrong, the people have to respond. And those people should be trained properly. And once you train, you must simulate drills. If something going wrong, how to report, what action to be taken. So once you do drills, you will get proficient into your response act. And as IRS initiative, we have been active participation in IMO and IX panels. Then we have got class notation for ships. CYS 1 and CYS 2 are optional if ship wants. But all the 500 GTI international vessels contracted on or after 1st July 24, CYS is mandatory. That E26, E27 compliance will be verified by IRS. Then we do gap analysis of existing ships or even for port facilities. And we have our own rules towards component certification and cyber security of vessel and main rules covering E26, E27 requirements. So that is the IRS, what we can offer to the industry. So thank you very much. If any questions or lack of time, we can have afterwards. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. In order to present the token of gratitude, may I request Captain Harinder Singh. Please join me to welcome ladies and gentlemen with the loudest round of applause. After this, we will quickly proceed towards the compliance of ISPS in other than major ports best practices. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So it's time to proceed towards the compliance of ISPS in other than major ports best practices. In order to present this session, please join me to welcome Captain Sachin Srivastava, Chief Operating Officer, Adani Karakal Port, Pondicherry. Please join me to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, with the loudest round of applause, Captain Sachin Srivastava.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for having me here. Today, I'm going to present on the compliances of the ISPS code in other than major ports. The objective is to highlight the current regulation framework, security practices, emerging challenges, and future technologies that can strengthen maritime security across India's non-major ports. While cargo volumes continue to grow, security must evolve at the same pace to safeguard national infrastructure. Unable to move. Okay. Got it. Thank you. So we'll start with the regulatory architecture and DGS mandate for it. Everybody knows on this, but I'll just explain in few words on this. The slide explains the regulatory framework. The DG Shipping Act as a contracting government for the under SOLAS and oversees ISPS implementations. The Bureau of Port Security, which is going to roll out now, legally it has been approved, and unified statutory framework ensuring coordinated security among ports, Coast Guard, Navy, Customs, Police, and other agencies. The objective is a consistent and standardized security regime across all ports. So, ISPS code and international legal instruments. The ISPS code drives the authority from SOLAS Chapter 11/2 and is implemented through the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. Part A of the ISPS code contains mandatory requirements while the Part B provides guidance. Together, they establish the framework for security assessments, security plans, inspections, and continuous compliances. Ship and port security, which is most important, how it starts, the ship-port interface, the most vulnerable points in the logistic chains. Effective coordination between the ship security officer and the port facility security officer is therefore critical. Declaration of security, access control, restricted area managements, and continuous communications help ensure secure cargo handling and vessel operations. So when the vessel is very far, when they send the nomination for the port, from there the security starts for the port. And after it is declared, all the framework is declared through the PANs. So maritime security MASIC levels, everybody is aware of it. I'll just go through quickly. Level 1 represents normal operations. Level 2 requires heightened vigilance with increased patrols and access control, where the level 3 is implemented during imminent threats, where operations may be restricted or suspended. Every port should have clearly documented procedures for transforming between these levels. So special declarations and communication compliances is required, as I have told about the PANs, which plays very important role when the vessel is coming to the port. And thanks to the DGMA for introducing the NLP under the MSW, which plays very critical role on this, and it has enhances the port security also. So a special declaration and communication compliances, in addition to the PAN ports, verify special declarations such as Thuraya Satellite Phone Declaration, and it is quickly made it out by the Indian Coast Guard, and they inform us if it is there. AIS records, LRIT information, and voice routings. These checks help identify unauthorized equipments, suspicious routing, or visits to restricted area before granting entry. Sanction vessels identification and port denial procedures, which is going on very strictly for us, and so every vessel is checked through the system. That sanctions vessel has become a critical part of the maritime security. Boats screen vessels, owners, managers, and beneficial owners against OFAC, UN, European Union, and UK sanction list. AI's dark activities unauthorized ship-to-ship transfer, and suspicious routing are carefully reviewed from granting berth permissions. So National Port Compliances Enhancement 25-26, the latest compliance enhancement emphasize enhanced KYC, verification of ultimate beneficial owners, sanction clauses within commercial contracts, and a zero tolerance policy towards sanction entities. Compliance today expands beyond physical security and includes legal and commercial due diligence. There have been key studies and the lessons learned from the global maritime enforcement also. So this case studies demonstrates how bad actors are shell companies, which just now Iris was talking about, falsified documentations and complex ownership structures to evade sanctions. Ports should therefore screen the complete transactions chain rather than relying on one vessel documents. Strong due diligence protects both national security and commercial reputation. The Sea Searcher is a site through which we find out the sanctioned vessels also. So, non-major port security, cyber security, port infrastructure protections like IT, OT, and non-major ports perimeter and access architecture is very important. So physical security begins with perimeter protections, security boundary walls, controlled access gates, biometric verifications, RFID based vehicles. So any vehicle which is entering to the port goes through the RFID, and there is no persons required at the gate. So gate is fully automatic. So whenever the vehicle comes, it is through the RFID. It is recognized, and then it can come to the port inside. So the visitor pass also system creates multiple security layers that prevent unauthorized access into sensitive operational areas. Surveillance, patrolling, and marine domain awareness. An effective surveillance system combines CCTV monitoring, marine patrol boats, AIS tracking, radar systems, and coordination through the Port Facility Security Advisory Committee. Integration of these systems provides continuous situation awareness, both ashore and afloat. So cybersecurity, enterprise infrastructure, and end user security. So cybersecurity requires multiple layers of defense, endpoint protection, firewalls, encryption, multi-factor authorization, data loss prevention, and centralized device management, which reduces the risk of cyber attacks while protecting operational continuity. So India's maritime sector overview. The slide highlights the growth of India's maritime sector. Both major and non-major ports continues to increase cargo throughput, whereas the total throughput was done around 500 million metric ton by the Adani Group, and it is almost the 32% of the total volume we do in India. So making security investments even more important, strong security directly supports trade facilitation and national economic growth. Maritime port threats and modern security postures. So today threats extends beyond physical intrusion now. Cyber attacks, ransomware phishing, and attacks on industrial control systems can severely disrupt port operations, which we have talked a lot since morning on this. Modern security therefore combines physical protection and cyber resilience and continuous employee awareness. So this is the port-wise performance, where we can see how the major ports have performed and non-major ports have performed. So the growth drivers and vision 2030 is most important. Before the Amrit Kal, 2030 is considered as the most important year. So Maritime India Vision 2030 targets significant growth through capacity expansion, digitalization, green ports, and operational efficiency. Security should be viewed as a strategic enabler, and that supports this ambitious national objective. This is the next generation port intelligence, where the vessel comes and how we can start monitoring the vessel movement from inside only, and how the crane are automated. If somebody has visited the Vizhinjam port, we are making the Vizhinjam port fully automatic. Phase 1 is already completed, and phase 2 we are working, and by the end of this year we will be completing everything for it. So this section introduces the role of artificial intelligence and computer vision in maritime security. Instead of only recording incidents, modern systems can detect risk automatically, generate alerts, and support faster operational decisions. The human superpower versus machine vision is most important, is another part of it, where we know that the AI, how it is moving very fast and how the things are getting automated to save the time. So humans are naturally good and recognize patterns, but fatigue limits continuously monitoring. AI-powered computer vision provides continuous observation across multiple cameras simultaneously, improving consistent without replacing human expertise. We have the traffic analytics, where the 20 analytics can be seen at the same time. And if we ask about the general purpose of the urban analytics, so around 47 analytics are there for the urban. And FRS, at the same time, when the movement of any person is there across coming inside the port or moving, or any intrusion is there, at a different angle, they can be recognized. And behavior analytic detection is also there, which is unsupervised. So how does a computer see? The AI uses cases are there, where the slide shows practical application of AI across port operations, from gate automation and container recognitions to safety monitoring, intrusion detections, and operation analytics. These technologies improve both efficiency and security, like spotting edges, finding patterns, and making a match. From recording to understanding, from recording to understanding, we see that the CCTV is there, which records everything. It is stored for more than 90 days, and the system can be checked anytime on this. And AI breakthrough is there, and like from the 72 hours, we can make out the things within 1 hour. So this is AI operational matrices, where 98.4% is boundary protection is there, and 92% is the pattern recognition, and data set 99.7%. See, box to bulk cargo clarity is there. So when just now IRS was saying like about the cargo also, and it is really true that we can make out the cargo, and most important thing is what the sensor we are putting. The quality of the sensor should be marked, and it should be recognized, and it should be validated very well, so that there is no ransomware or anything is there for it. So the yard warehouse intelligence we do in the other than major ports, where Adani Port has taken it a lot on this and is spending a lot of money for the automation on this. The stockpile and the conveyor monitoring is there. Truck and the wagon loading accuracy is there. So we do it as a cargo versatility program. So the strategic takeaway and the smarter port. The key message is that AI is not replacing people. First of all, we have to understand this. It is augmenting them only. By providing every camera with intelligent analytics, ports become safer, faster, more compliant, and better prepared to respond to emerging threats. So future vision is what? Like the future of maritime security lies in the integrated platforms that combines physical security, cyber security, AI analytics, compliance monitoring, and real-time decision support. Collaborations between technology and trained professionals will define next generation port security. We have spoken about the PFSA, PFSP, through the CISF, through the IRS and other ports like Karnataka and Goa and Maharashtra. We spoke about this. So the decision is still pending. We have sent regarding the PFSA and PFSP to the designated authority, that is DGMA. Under the MMD is there, who is the flag state, And RSO is the IRS. They have done the PFSA already and PFSP already. And we have sought a clarity on this, that how we have to go about it, because we are 15 ports here, where the number of vessels we operate around 10,000 ships in Adani ports individually. So the clarity has been already sought to the DG Shipping on this, and we will be waiting for it. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention on this. I hope the presentation has demonstrated how robust ISPS compliance is, supported by modern technology and a strong governance, can significantly strengthen security at Indian ports and non-major ports. I will pleased to answer any question, if any. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Sorry?
Well, thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. Can we have the loudest round of applause for sir, ladies and gentlemen? And also, we are truly delighted and honored to have you here. Now, in order to present the token of gratitude, may I request Captain Nitin Mukesh, sir, please to join us on stage and present the token of gratitude. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So before we proceed for the last technical discussion we're going to have as panel discussion, you can say in a nutshell we are going to have conclusion of the entire day in this one panel discussion. But before that, I can feel everybody needs a cup of coffee. So it's a very humble request. You can just go outside the hall, grab the coffee and come back so that we can proceed quickly for the last session of this evening. A very humble request, just go outside and grab the coffee and just come back in the hall. Tea, coffee, whatever you prefer. Just don't stay outside, as we are going to proceed for the last panel discussion, the conclusion session in next 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to proceed for the last session, that is the panel discussion, the conclusion session. So it's a very humble request, each one of you kindly settle down. Please take your seat, everybody. A very good evening. So as we come to the conclusion of the technical sessions of the National Port Security Conference 2026, throughout the day we had the privilege of hearing from eminent speakers, distinguished experts representing the government, the armed forces, the maritime administration, the Indian registered shipping, state maritime boards, and a lot. The insightful deliberations and exchange of experiences have provided us valuable perspective on strengthening the maritime security, enhancing ISPS compliance, addressing emerging cyber threats, and fostering greater collaboration among all our stakeholders. Now we move towards a panel discussion which will provide an opportunity to deliberate further to the key theme discussed during the conference and address questions from the participants. May I request everybody kindly take your seat once again as well. I'm going to welcome our distinguished moderator along with our esteemed panelist. To moderate this session, it's my privilege to invite Captain Tushar Kinikar, Terminal Head MIPDL, Kattupalli, Adani Ports and SEZ. Please join me to welcome Captain Tushar Kinikar. Can we have the louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Now I request our esteemed panelists to kindly join us. Please join me to welcome Captain Harinder Singh, Nautical. Please, it has to be a bigger round of applause. It's a very humble request, everybody. Reason being, this is the last session. This is a conclusion session. And it is also an interesting session where all our visionaries, all our dignitaries, all our extraordinary leaders are coming on stage together to discuss all about you and all about the day ahead. So already I request, join me to welcome, put your hands together, Shri Opesh Kumar Sharma ji, Director. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Join me to welcome Captain Praveen Kumar Singh, Deputy. Please, if it has to be a great round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Praveen Kumar Singh, Deputy Conservator, Mumbai Port Authority. Join me to welcome DIG Girish Dutt Raturi. Please join me to welcome Coast Guard Headquarters, New Delhi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the stage and the mic to our esteemed moderator, Captain Tushar. So, please take it ahead. And please, everybody, make sure that we welcome them once again with the greatest round of applause and in a more energetic way. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries, distinguished panelists, and senior leadership and officers from various maritime security organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and good evening to all. Before I start the Q&A session, I want to just set the context. Since last first National Port Security Conference, which was held in 2025, the threats were different. We discussed different topics. From centuries, the port was protected by a wall, by a fence, a gate, and a vigilance security personnel at the gate. But today, as we meet on the second National Port Conference, the threats have changed. The threats have evolved. Now, as we had been going through since the entire day, almost 18,000 ships since last 1 year have been spoofed by GPS jamming. The cyber threats have increased. There have been drone attacks. So it is no more longer limited to the perimeter of the port. a simple line code can enter any digital gateway of a terminal and disrupt the operations. So what we are talking about today would be, the questions would be revolving around that. So gentlemen, first I would like to start with Captain Harinder sir. Sir, my first question to you. For any threat to manage or security, we have to have a framework or a law in force. Merchant Shipping Act 2025 is in force. The Bureau of Port Security is now reality on paper. We have 12 major ports, 200 plus non-major ports. How the newly constituted BOPS will change the way how ISPS is implemented with the existing system? And how does DGMA plan to bring different major port and non-major port on a single benchmark? As we know, sir, the security framework is very depending upon the port to port. We cannot expect the same security framework, what is there in Mundra or JNPA, can be with the captive jetty elsewhere. So over to you, sir.
Very good evening to all of you. That's a very apt question, and I'll break that question into 3 segments. Let me start with why that disparity exists in the first place today. Since 2611, we have built a very strong coastal security architecture in which the Marine Police would do the job up to say 12 nautical miles, the Coast Guard beyond that up to EZ, and the Navy beyond EZ, and with contribution from customs and other authorities near the port and such areas. But while we had a comprehensive domain awareness, the ISPS implementation was never integrated into this framework or architecture. So the Directorate General of Maritime Administration, which we have been designated now, the earlier DG Shipping, we were the designated nodal authority for implementation of ISPS. So DG Shipping was not really part of that coastal security architecture. And the implementation was spread across Navy, Coast Guard, Marine Police, the implementation of the security aspect. And with this, there was no single entity which was really setting the standard. So that is where the BOPS assumes significance. And because of this, we had quite a disparity, like what Captain Tushar said, like a container terminal at a major port having altogether a different standard vis-a-vis a captive jetty terminal with altogether a different volume of cargo being handled. So what BOPS changes is not the operational structure but ownership of the standard. And after introduction of BOPS, we will have the Bureau of Port Security setting the standard, uniform standard, policy, coordination and compliance measures. For the first time, we will have a single statutory body which will be responsible for setting these standards. And instead of each port or each entity having their own interpretation. So what we have, like the government has designated CISF as a nodal agency to implement, and this is also being done in various stages. And CISF is the principal security authority for roughly 250 ports now. So this will be one single entity which will do the assessment, which will plan the audits, run the audits, so as to have a uniform understanding, implementation and the eventual outcome. So it will be, once we have this, like in this year we have planned for implementing this in 27 major and non-major ports. So once this is done, it will be in 2 stages. One is setting the standards and achieving the standards. So we have one single entity doing the assessment, doing the audits, and training the personnel in non-major ports. Earlier, the non-major ports were doing self-certification. So that will be done away with. CISF will cater for that as well, to have a uniform standard. And now there will be a risk-based methodology which will be adopted by CISF to have a uniform level of threat assessment, risk mitigation, and standard setting. So this is how the process is expected to achieve the desired result. So hopefully, I believe I have answered your question comprehensively. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, definitely, sir. Because what I can say, your main thing is implementing this law or enforcement should come through integration and collaboration. So one authority, one benchmark, that is what we should be looking ahead. Thank you, sir. Now we have the law in place, but the forces on ground should know what to do. So my next question would be to Shri Girish Raturi, sir. Sir, the security of the port begins from the harbor, since Coast Guard protects the 12 nautical, the territorial waters of India, coastline, which is long coastline. We had recently a lot of incidents, drone attacks off Porbandar coast. We have a seizure of narcotics at anchorage through container vessels. So the threat is not no more at the gate, the threat is at sea. So my question to you, sir, is how Coast Guard is strengthening surveillance and its response in Indian territorial waters with threats like drones, unmanned crafts, and how Coast Guard can help various government authorities, port authorities, to work in a seamless team where the threat is coming from the sea now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Captain Tushar. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to not only answer your question, but will also present the Coast Guard perspective at the podium through my structured talk. Thank you.
Distinguished panelists, maritime delegates, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am DIG Girish Raturi, Principal Director, Operations, Search and Rescue, Coastal Security and Sea Training at Indian Coast Guard Headquarters, New Delhi. It is my privilege to provide an Coast Guard perspective to this august gathering on this subject. India's economic growth is directly tied to the oceans and ports, as most of our trade, whether by volume or by value, is transported through sea, which makes our maritime gateways vital assets of the country. In these times of technological advancements, the maritime security domain is undergoing a profound structural shift. Today, ports and vessels face complex hybrid and asymmetric threats, and there is a need to modify our security construct to deal with new age threats. In this endeavor, ISPS code has given us an essential foundation. However, in today's environment, effective ISPS compliance must be seen as more than a port-level exercise. It must be connected with coastal surveillance, maritime domain awareness, intelligence sharing, and coordinated response. Indian Coast Guard, being the primary law enforcement agency of the country, understands that threats related to both maritime security as well as maritime safety to our ports and coastlines need to be detected, investigated, and intercepted at sea early on before they reach the shore, port approaches, or harbor areas. A dedicated chain of 84 coastal radar stations established by Indian Coast Guard, backed up by the data being received from other agencies, provide Indian Coast Guard a comprehensive domain awareness which is monitored 24/7 and analyzed using AI tools at all state and regional Indian Coast Guard headquarters to detect vessels of interest. ICG monitors in Indian EEZ all vessels of Pakistan, China, and Hong Kong flags, having Pakistani crew, not following expeditious passage and drifting in Indian waters, Chinese fishing vessels, vessels engaged in ship-to-ship transfer, UN-sanctioned vessels, all types of dark shipping, and any vessel not following the norm. Such vessels are then interrogated by remote operating stations located in each state and UTs, and or by the ships out of 50 to 60 deployed on daily basis, and or by Indian Coast Guard surveillance aircraft. The vessels requiring further investigation are boarded as per authority conferred by the Government of India in 2019 to ICG personnel to undertake visit, board, search and seizure in MJDI. Indian Coast Guard, being overall responsible for coastal security in territorial waters, sees port security as inalienable part of overall coastal security construct. And that is why institutionalized mechanism within the coastal security construct are validated through biannual exercise called Sagar Kavach, wherein threat scenarios like hijacking or sabotage of a merchant vessel within port limits are regularly exercised. We give due impetus to maritime security as well, knowing that about 40% of country's energy demand transits through our maritime zones, of which about 90% is crude oil, which is majorly destined to ports in Gujarat in Gulf of Kutch. Accordingly, an oil spill response action plan, especially for Gulf of Kutch, has been developed. Being the central coordinating authority for oil spills in India and entrusted with the responsibility of HNS spill response at sea, Indian Coast Guard has promulgated National Contingency Plan for Oil and HNS spill response for effective response mechanism in India. With 4 specialist pollution response vessels, 4 expert pollution response teams, and stockpile of PR equipment, including OSD, all along the coastline, Indian Coast Guard ensures safe seas and protected environment to assist country to achieve its SDGs. Also, establishment of Regional Maritime Pollution Response Center, RMPRC, at Chennai, a premier institution being one of the kind in the Indian Ocean region, augments regional PR efforts, including training of FFCs. A lot is being done, and a lot is still needed to be done. Through early detection, timely communication, and coordinated actions, we all can plug any gaps to deal with traditional threats. However, new age brings new challenges of unmanned aerial, surface, and subsurface platforms and cyber threats. Then there is also the issue of varying levels of security among major and non-major ports. Though I'm sure that our threat matrices do feature these issues and efforts are on to address them at national, state, and port levels, yet have some recommendations to make. Sharing of information and data among agencies need to be fast, seamless in the format which is effectively synchronized. For example, maritime single window, which contains important data like PANs, passenger manifest, cargo manifest, etc., may be very useful to Indian Coast Guard, being responsible for search and rescue, pollution response, and coastal security. An early response should only be a phone call away, and hence, nomination of single point of contact at appropriate level in organizations is desirable. I'm sure amalgamation of appropriate seniority participation from various agencies in Bureau of Port Security would also assist in this endeavor. Training and exercises needs to be focused, scenario-based, and objective-oriented. Finally, India should continue strengthening regional cooperation across Indian Ocean region as threats do not respect national boundaries. I would like to conclude by saying that nations vigilant guardians of the maritime domain must stand shoulder to shoulder with the engines of economic progress, protecting seafarers, securing trade routes, and ensuring that every voyage strengthens country's prosperity. I believe together we can steer Bharat towards secure, resilient, and prosperous maritime Amrit Kal. Thank you. Jai Hind. Vayam Rakshama.
Thank you, sir. It was a comprehensive inputs from you, sir. And definitely I can say that the message is clear. The fight begins at Anchorage. With Indian Navy and Coast Guard, we are confident that our territorial waters are safe and secure in their hands, which makes our ports, terminals, vessels to run safely and smoothly in our waters. Thank you, sir. So from law to securing our territorial waters, I would like to move inside a harbor. So my next question would be to Captain Praveen Kumar, sir. Sir, Mumbai port, as we know, the port is surrounded by a city. It's in the heart of the city. And Mumbai knows better than anyone the threat from the sea, what it means. My question to you, sir, is what makes the security arrangements in Mumbai port challenging, and how technology or other means or mechanisms are being used to strengthen the security in Mumbai port, and what other ports could learn as a good practice from Mumbai port. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Captain Tushar. Mumbai port, actually the security challenges comes mainly from the scale, location and the diversity of our Mumbai port. The port, as we all know, lies in the heart of the city, and we have waters of 568 square kilometers. That water belongs to Mumbai port, along with 33 kilometers of coastline. We have handled last year 75.15 million ton of cargo, in which around 58 million ton was of petroleum products. This was when we talk about the cargo part, which every port is doing. Now the uniqueness comes over here that apart from this cargo, we are also handling on an average 50,000 passengers in our waters. And on the weekends and during the holidays, it reaches almost 2 lakh, which is again unique in Mumbai port, which is tourism and other sectors are also involved. And these waters, we are the one who have to safeguard the our waters as well as secure the waters. Cargo vessels, oil terminals, passenger boats, fishing boats, anchorages, public areas, and the most important nearby defense establishment all have to be secured at the same time. The emerging threats are also changing, and now it includes the cyber attacks, drones, insider threats, unauthorized crafts, and other things like sabotage or some misinformation. Last year, with the help of DGMA and IRS, we were able to resolve a unique, peculiar scenario where our Mumbai International Cruise Terminal was put into service. The issue was that the ground floor and the first floor had to be treated as a ISPS area, whereas the third and fourth floor was actually commercial area, which has to be actually removed from the ISPS zone. And after various rounds of meeting, where finally the representative from the DGMA also came in, they pitched in, because with the IRS we were unable to resolve the issue. And ultimately, with continuous efforts were made, lot of arrangements were made, and finally that building, the third floor and fourth floor, is as on date out of ISPS area. It is a commercial area with a separate access, whereas the ground floor and the first floor belongs to ISPS, for which we are always thankful to DGMA and IRS for resolving the issue. With regard to technology, now our VTMS is continuously monitoring the area, especially for the vessels and the small crafts. We are in the process of strengthening our CCTV surveillance, digital access control, gate management, communication system, and along with it, intelligent video analytics. We are also working towards integrating the vessel information, gate movements, and surveillance alerts. Cyber security, system redundancy, backup management, and operator training are also part of our core. We are giving attention to these things also. I would also like to inform that Mumbai Port VTMS was recognized with the Search and Rescue Award for Ashore Unit for the year 2024-25, reflecting its operational contribution. Mumbai Port's expertise shows that the technology, practical innovation, and interagency coordination must work together without affecting trade or any passenger movement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And yes, sir, you have shown that with innovation, technology, Mumbai Port, that it is a proof that the lessons come from the port that face threats every day, since Mumbai is surrounded by a city. Thank you, sir. So moving from harbor, I think we should go to the future. We are talking about technology, AI, but how we streamline, how we bring it in practice, that would be important. Because Indian ports are undergoing rapid digital transformation from paperless clearance to smart terminals. But the systems what we built will be always having a one threat, which can collapse the entire business economy of the country. So my next question would be, sir, to Shri Upesh Kumar Sharma, sir. Sir, how the ministry is building cyber resilience into this digital journey, and what role will be the Bureau of Port Security play in protecting the digital backbone of our ports? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, just let me put out this disclaimer that I am not an IT official, so that you don't hold me accountable for my views. On a lighter note. And I will just, try and answer your second part first. What Bureau of Port Security is likely to do? I think that is a question we will probably leave it for another day. When Bureau of Port Security is actually formed, that vertical with IT specialists are available. Policies are formed in coordination with ports with the best practices. So coming to what ministry is doing, as you'll agree with me, both IT and maritime, these are fields when looked at independently are global in nature. You cannot have an IT architecture which is not aligned with the world. You cannot have a maritime architecture which is not aligned with the world. Now when you put these two globally, varied things into a single bucket, you get something which is very unique. And you rightly said that the country is moving towards IT integration, and so do our ports. So what do we do? Now, you are aware ports are compliant with ISPS framework and IT standards that facilitate cargo movement. If I remember correctly, I think in JNPA, when you look at, say, container movement, probably a second a container. So if you have a situation where the IT threat delays it by, say, 2 seconds, that changes the entire paradigm of cargo operations in the port. So that is the kind of cause and effect we are looking at when we are looking at IT disruptions. So if you divide into two parts, there is one, prevention of disruption. Second is response. The second comes in when the first fails. What is the ideal situation is that you have systems so robust that every attack which happens on your network is repelled properly. However, the system should also be ready to either have a standby or a mechanism where the system can be brought up immediately with the least disruption time. So you should be able to identify the threat, neutralize it, and probably get over with it. So as part of it, we have a multi-layered cyber security governance model where ministry level security is managed by NIC, National Information Center, through dedicated endpoint security, network security, application security, compliance management, and cyber security preparedness. The strategic oversight is provided by a CISO-led governance structure, and major ports receive cyber security support through Indian Port Association and C3I Hub, which is at IIT Kanpur, while other organizations manage cyber security through dedicated teams through specialized agencies. As I've already said, that ports are a critical infra which provides for the country to sustain its development and general sustainability. Therefore, it is important because they handle a significant share of country's maritime trade through digitally enabled information technology systems such as ERP, port community systems, email, financial applications, cloud operations, as well as operational technology systems, including terminal operations, vessel traffic management, gate automation, surveillance, access control. Any one, if disrupted, can disrupt the entire ecosystem and affect the trade. And to strengthen cyber resilience across all our 12 major ports, the IPA had launched a comprehensive cyber security program with IIT Kanpur as its technical partner for assessment as well as implementation. And this MOU was signed, if I remember correctly, in February 2025. The key responsibilities of this provides conducting comprehensive cybersecurity audits, assessing IT and OT infra, implementing cybersecurity controls, centralized security operations center, providing continuous monitoring and capacity building through training programs, customized cybersecurity solutions, preparing policies for cybersecurity, and assisting ports in developing information security management systems and the documentation required thereof. The comprehensive cybersecurity audits through vulnerability assessment and penetration testing are being conducted regularly as per schedules, and almost 18 cybersecurity training sessions have been conducted between, I would say, from February to July this year, which speaks for itself. To conclude, I will say that the need of the hour continues to be to strengthen cybersecurity governance through regular monitoring, coordination among Ministry, NIC, Indian Ports Association, ports, other organizations, IT agencies, conduct periodic audits, testing, enhance cybersecurity awareness, incident response capabilities, and compliance with Government of India's security guidelines. Continuously improve protection of IT and OT systems to ensure a secure and resilient maritime digital ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I can definitely see the steps are being taken by the ministry for becoming cyber resilience. And definitely I know that ministry will help coordinate and integrate this into the BOPS. Thank you, sir. So thank you all, and I now leave the forum open for the audience. Due to paucity of time, I request the audience to keep the questions brief, and over to the audience here. Any questions to our panelists, esteemed panelists here?
I'm Captain Karkar from Ready Port. I wanted to ask to you, it's not in particular, in general, that we have been discussing regarding the CSA being appointed as a RSO for Port Facility Security Assessment and Plan. At the same time, we have the IRS is also there. So I wanted to know about the existing ports who are in compliance, who has a DOC with SOC, and the regular audit is being carried out, annual endorsement. So what is the guideline or what is the directive for these ports? Whether again we have to get subjected to the assessment and plan?
So I will try and answer your question indirectly. Because directly it will come in black and white. So I would say that you have rightly brought out. There are IRS as RSO and so is CIS. So you are aware that situation on ground has not changed. Whether your port validity exists, so if you have a SOC, it exists. So I don't think you need to worry about until unless somebody comes and tells you that your SOC is not valid.
Thank you, audience, and I think the questions are done. We will wrap up the session now. So before we wrap up, I just wanted to conclude in my remarks that the panel has given a clear message. The law is there, and it should reach to every port in India through BOPS. Our forces are adapting to the new emerging threats. Every smart port should be a secure port. And definitely we are learning, each port is learning from each other. That is what we have seen from Mumbai port. As maritime security, the threat needs one gap, and I think India will leave none. Since morning we have spoken about digital AI technology, but we shouldn't be forgetting humans. As our Honorable Shipping Minister, Shri Sarvanal, has said that we all should become soldiers to strengthen our maritime security. And as the motto of Second National Port Security Conference says, ensuring secure ports, safe shipping, and stronger maritime India. Jai Hind. Thank you. Thank you.
Check. Thank you very much, all the wonderful gentlemen. Thank you so much for enlightening this beautiful session. Can we have the loudest and a collective round of applause for all our wonderful panelists along with our moderator, sir. In order to present the token of gratitude to our moderator and panelist, may I request Captain Azad, sir, please to join us on stage and please help us with a token of gratitude. In order to present, can we have a round of applause for Captain Azad, ladies and gentlemen? Let's have one group photography as well, all the wonderful gentlemen, before the memento. Yes, come on. All right. So now may I request Captain Azad, let's proceed with our moderator himself after the group photography session. Can we have a loudest round of applause for our moderator also? It was such a wonderfully moderated session. Thank you. Let's start Captain Tushar. I request Captain Azad, please felicitate with a token of gratitude. What a wonderful session. Thank you very much. Now may I request Captain Harinder Singh, sir, please to join us. With a token of gratitude, we want to say a big thank you to you. All right, now please to join me to welcome Sri Opesh Kumar Sharma ji. Again, we want to say thank you to you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. May I request Captain Praveen Kumar Singh? Thank you so much.
Now may I request DIG Girish Dutt. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. In order to welcome someone very special for the closing remarks, please join me to welcome. It's my privilege to invite Captain Mahadev Dandia, Nautical. Please let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Mahadev Dandia, Nautical Surveyor, come Deputy Director General, Directorate General of Maritime Administration, to deliver the closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Namaste and good evening, sirs. As we bring a close to this conference, it is my real privilege to deliver the closing remarks and vote of thanks. Before I proceed, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our senior dignitaries who graced the inaugural session earlier today. Honorable Shipping Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, who reminded us that under dynamic leadership of PM Narendra Modi ji, security remains our highest priority. Secretary MOPSW Shri Vijay Kumar ji, who highlighted Maritime Vision 2047, the Minister's 5 actionable points, and how transition from DGS to DGMA reflects a major leap in regulatory capabilities. Secretary Ministry of Home Affairs Dr. Rajendra Kumar ji, who challenged us to secure our domain as trade volume quadruples from 2.6 to 10 billion metric ton. Director General of Maritime Administration, Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji, who emphasized a singular approach to risk, Sagarmala's project, and digital resilience. Additional Director Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopade ji, who recalled the 2611 attacks to stress coastal defense. Now, I'll come to the closing remark as our nautical advisor, Captain Azad sir, outlined implementation of ISPS code, formulation of port security facility plans, and adoption of international best practice. Building on that foundation, Captain Vikram Singh Manas detailed global choke points and India's multi-agency response architecture. Captain Nitin Mukesh walked us through ISPS compliances across our 74 exim ports, the structure of BAPS, and dignity in airport transit for seafarers via Pranam initiatives. Our panel, moderated by Captain Tushar and very well navigated by Captain Harinder Singh, Shri Chandrasekhar Joshi, Captain Praveen Kumar Singh, Shri Girish Dutt ji, and Shri Opesh Kumar Sharma. On behalf of DGMA, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all our speakers, panelists, delegates, the organization team, and the staff at Hyatt Regency for making this conference a landmark success. I leave you with the guiding philosophy of today's gathering. Bharat remains firmly committed to shaping a responsible, inclusive, and forward-looking global maritime transition while preparing its domestic ecosystem to adapt and lead. Secure ports and safe shipping are the bedrock of stronger maritime India. Thank you all. May I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Thank you, sir. Jai Hind and Vande Matram. I request Captain Harinder Singh, sir, please to join us on stage in order to present the memento to sir. And thank you so much, each one of you. Thank you so much, all the extraordinary personalities in the room. Can we have the loudest round of clap for all about you? Come on, let's have the loudest round of applause for yourself. It was such a successful, beautiful and memorable day for all of us. Thank you very much, all our distinguished personalities, and we will see you very soon. Keep smiling. Thank you.